Do you ever feel like running a business is just nonstop? Every day's game day? That's why going pro IT solutions and gear that's built to help you stay ahead of the competition. So whether you're scaling up, hiring up, or just trying to keep up, go pro. Because when your tech works harder, your business does too. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. So sign up free today at Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
96.5 The Fan is your exclusive home for Chiefs football, with pregame starting 3 hours before kickoff with Josh Briscoe. Then it's the call of the game with Mitch Holtis, Dayton Hughes, and Josh Klingler.
Touchdown! Kansas City! Travis Kelce owning this game!
Followed by postgame coverage featuring exclusive one-on-one interviews with Andy Reid and Chiefs players inside the locker room. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Does this sound like you? Every step of reach is a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you can't do. But I've got good news for you. Relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. What if it could come from you? At QC Kinetics, we tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve the pain at its source. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. Just your body remembering how to feel alive again. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. So now's the perfect time to book your free consultation with Saturday appointments to fit your schedule. Call QC Kinetics today, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone, QC Kinetics.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why the big wireless companies want you on an unlimited plan? It's because they need you to help cover the costs of the 20-somethings who are using a lot of data every month. Fact is, according to the latest research studies, most people 50 and up, like me, only use 12 gigs or less each month. Don't get bamboozled by big wireless. At Consumer Cellular, pick what suits your needs. Whether it's 1 gig, 5, 10, or unlimited, the point is, pay for exactly what you need and nothing more. We use the same towers as the big guys, but since we don't own and maintain them, we can pass the savings on to you. Our plans start at just $20 a month, and you'll get the best customer service in the business. I want to invite you to join the millions of people who choose something better than big wireless, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Did you know that you can watch all your favorite shows right on YouTube? We're live streaming Fescoe and Dusty, Cody and Gold, The Drive, and After Hours all day long. So if you want to look at the beautiful Alex Gold, interact with Cody Tapp in the chat, or gaze at the ruggedly handsome Dusty Likens, just go to YouTube and watch them while you pretend to work. Go to our channel, hit subscribe, and stay up to date with 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Chiefs, Colts, Sunday with kickoff at noon right here on 96.5 The Fan. KFNZ FM and AM HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. Your Odyssey Sports Station.
And a happy, wonderful Wednesday to you here from Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Maury as well on 96.5 The Fan as we roll along into the week that has now officially began as Colts week. And also, I hope spitting on another man was worth it because according to the NFL, that loogie that Jamar Chase launched at Jalen Ramsey is going to cost him $507,156.
Well, it's worth every penny of it, I'm sure, for Mr. Chase to spit in Mr. Ramsey's face. And yesterday, of course, our guy Mike Tomlin was asked about it. Mike Tomlin decided to say, I don't got any words for that. You do what you got to do. Somebody spits in your face. And so I like the fact that the coach is behind Jalen Ramsey, as he should be. Jamar Chase should have got his ass kicked for spitting in a man's face. And he kind of did, Dusty. He kind of got his balls kicked in at $500,000 for spitting on somebody. You're right. I hope that was worth the spit in the face of Jalen Ramsey the other day. So congratulations, Jamar Chase. You continued to do things to let your team down in a time of need.
Yeah, I mean that's that's brutal.
Yeah, it is. But I don't know if it's more brutal than your neighborhood watch this morning, somebody looking for somebody to come clip their toenails. I mean, to me, that may be the look
what?
of Mac.
What the hell?
So Dusty,
what the hell was that?
Dusty apparently is on his neighborhood watch Facebook page or whatever it is, the pages of Lee Summit or the pages of Overland Park and all this kind of stuff and whatnot. I have to stay away from that. I have enough drama in my neighborhood as I did yesterday. Oh, my God, we can get to that, too. So Dusty sends me a text this morning. He goes, here's what's going on the Lee Summit community page. Somebody requesting to have somebody come over and clip their toenails because they haven't been clipped in a year and a half. And so Dusty's got plans after work, so we got to get out of here early today, Mac. He's got to go clip toenails over there in Lee Summit.
Yeah, dude. Anonymous participant. Need someone to come to my house and cut my toenails. They haven't been cut in over a year and a half. I will pay appropriately. 132 comments, 3 shares.
I mean, how many people have said, yes, I'll be over there to do that? And what has to be the going rate for you to go clip some stranger's toenails that haven't been touched in a year and a half, right?
Is it Sophie Cunningham?
No. I guarantee you who that is. It's probably some shut-in that hasn't left and is sitting in a moo-moo or something. I mean, like, I just, in bed probably still. And, oh, God, I mean, geez.
I need to come over to your house.
That guy.
Somebody says, oh, my God, I live in Lee Summit. I saw it, too.
Well, that's the thing. Like, what's the craziest thing you've seen on these community pages, right? Like, my mother sends me her community page all the time. I can't log in. I'm not a member of your community page, right? And I don't look at anything going around by us because I know that would just drive me absolutely insane and I'd get ticked off of some of this stuff. But, like, that's got to be the craziest thing that people have seen on there other than, oh, yeah, I got a bear walking around because we see bear now everywhere, or deer, or, what are they building over here on this corner? Dog missing. Like, yeah, use it for that kind of stuff. And not for this kind of stuff where you're saying I need my toenails clipped because I've been in the house for a year and a half and nobody's clipped my toenails.
I mean, it's full of just wonderful information.
Yeah, the toenails.
What are the best holiday markets around here, even up to 3 hours away? I would be interested in knowing the best craft fairs anytime.
See, that's good stuff. Yeah,
I guess Google's broke.
Yeah.
So. People mad about the DMV office?
Oh, yeah, I understand that.
Is there anybody selling any fresh chicken or duck eggs?
Oh, yeah, we got a lot of those. Yep, Mac's got some in his backyard right now.
Looking for someone that does logos on shirts, different sizes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those guys are out there. Again, Google is your friend.
Yep,
yeah, don't people have Google? Because I have people ask me stuff all the time. What do you think about this? I go, I have the same Google you do. I mean, like, literally, it's the same. There's no different Google on my phone or your phone or, anybody else's phone. It's all the same. And I'm going to do the same thing that you're going to do. Look it up. And you know what? I'm not going to look it up because it's not my thing.
816 says, I don't know, man. $20 is $20.
Oh, God.
Here's a post. What? I went to the Dollar Tree today, and everything I bought was $1.25.
No, they didn't. No,
I
they
don't
did
know
not.
the last time I bought something that wasn't $1.50 up to $7. I would say it's a Christmas miracle, but I don't believe in them.
Oh, God.
I just must have beaten them to the red stickers being put on.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
Complaining about the dollar store. Nothing's $1 anymore. Have you not seen the prices today?
Somebody said, where can I get authentic Mexican street tacos at Lee's Summit? Someone commented Mexico.
Oh, my.
All right.
Yeah. But so like
back to the
that's the community page at Lee's Summit today.
It's
Somebody
awesome,
asking
dude.
for
If you ever-
toenail clippers.
If you ever were, by the way, when we were talking before the show, the year the Patriots didn't win get to the playoffs, 2008 was when Brady blew his knee out. The Dolphins won the division 11-5. The Patriots were 11-5, Jets 9-7, Bills 7-9.
Okay, so yeah, that was the 1 year. Well, the second time under Tom Brady that they didn't make the playoffs. And that really wasn't under Tom Brady. Tom Brady only missed the playoffs once in his career in New England, and that was the year after that first Super Bowl when nobody really knew what was about in New England. Right? We didn't know if they were going to be a dynasty. They got a great Super Bowl win. And then the next thing happens like the year after. Like in that generation, you went to the Super Bowl and you usually didn't make the playoffs the next year. It was really weird how that, kind of happened and whatnot. And so that was common for the course. But after that, Tom Brady never missed the playoffs again. I mean, it's insane to think about that Tom Brady, after that second year that he was the starter, never missed the playoffs as a starter with the New England Patriots. It's quite wild to think about how much success they had.
I can tell you with confidence it's not any cheaper than him just going to a professional, LOL. We don't know if it's a male or a female.
I don't think that would be a male. I mean, maybe it is, but just go to the nail salon. But then you walk into, like to get your nails done or something like that, and they see you coming.
Ooh. You know how people watch those like pimple popper videos?
Yeah.
I watch the ingrown toenail videos. Yeah. They're satisfying.
Are they really?
Yeah. You see them pull that little sucker out of the corner, and that pus comes right out. It's got to be relieving.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, but yeah, I'm not going to watch something like that go down, man. I'm not interested in that. I don't like to watch that kind of stuff. That creeps me out.
There were two things you could watch go down yesterday. One was your guy. He's going to Baltimore. Taylor Ward.
Yeah, Taylor Ward. No longer on the board for the Royals. And I'm kind of good with that, Dusty.
Yes.
Right? I'm kind of
never wanted Taylor Ward.
I mean, but the Royals probably would have had to overpay, if you will, and whatnot, just like everybody does when you make a trade. That's not a knock on the Royals or anything like that. But you'd overpay for a guy that they've coveted for a while. Like his name has been kind of out there for a very long time when it comes to the Royals' interest in this guy. Like I feel like for the last at least 3 years, right? Yep, exactly. For the last at least 3 years, his name has been out there, and it was a deal that they could never consummate, and probably good because I think there's better deals to be made for the Royals out there right now. You still have Jaron Duran available. Joe Adell's a better angel, I think, than what Taylor Ward was, and then Abreu with the Red Sox as well. So there's 3 guys out there that you can still target with a trade. And look, I'm glad the Royals kind of passed on Taylor Ward because, like I said, Dusty, and I'm sure you agree, there's probably a better deal to be had than Taylor Ward. Taylor Ward seems like you're just settling for a guy that you've wanted for the last 3 years.
Yeah, I'd rather wait for winter meetings to start before you start making really big moves. Obviously, I think we have another, 2 months for that? Or
no, the 5th of December is when winter meetings start.
So less than a month.
Yeah.
For winter meetings. Again, I don't think Taylor Ward's a name that would really move the needle. I think if that guy were to be signed by the Royals, you'd see more like, oh, great, another sub, player for the Royals.
Right.
Chalk it up for another typical Royals hot, whatever.
Right.
But
because that's how the vocal minority would be if they did something like that. The people who comment on X and whatnot. He's not. They wanted him to get Ohtani. But they got Taylor Ward instead, so you're going to trash the organization.
Cody
That's some
Bellinger's
people's
still
life.
there.
Yeah, Cody Bellinger is still around, man.
Mm-hmm. That's my
Taylor Ward
Christmas
just
list.
had his best season. Looks like by far. So you wouldn't want to buy someone at their
Not
height, right?
not their height. No,
at their peak.
Yeah. It just feels like I don't know. Like again, as Dusty said, it's been 3 years we've been talking about Taylor Ward coming to Kansas City, and they never were able to get the deal done. It was there's probably a reason why, right? There's probably a reason why they couldn't get that deal done, and it's probably for the best.
Do you think there's more, speaking of other things you could have watched last night, do you think there's more panic in Kansas City with the current state of the Chiefs or more panic in Lawrence in November now they've lost to Duke and North Carolina?
Yeah, I think there's more of a panic in Kansas City than there is in Lawrence right now because
I hope.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, we're in
November.
Yeah, right, exactly. We're in the middle of the tail end of the football
Their best player's
season,
not playing.
And the basketball thing just started. Nobody's going to remember these games in March. They're fun now, right? It's fun to play these big games, and I love that KU and Duke and North Carolina, they all play each other, and it's so much better than what the SEC is doing in football this week with UMass and
it was in the
Baker
Garden.
Yeah, so I like the fact that they do those games.
games. But at the end of the day, and we've said this for years, this isn't because KU got smoked or anything last night, but nobody remembers these games. That's the worst part about it. You get to the NCAA tournament, and you're like, oh yeah, that's right. They played Duke in North Carolina 8 months ago. Like it just doesn't have that staying power for whatever in college sports. But still good. I'm still glad they're playing. But I mean, it's two dynasties we're talking about that are kind of in the balance, 6-7 a little bit, right? Like Bill, I think has 2-3 more years. I saw somebody say the other day, I think one of his assistant coaches was on a podcast and said he probably has 2 or 3 more years coaching in Lawrence. About the same for Andy under his contract here in Kansas City, about 3 more years, because I think he signed that 5-year extension 2 Super Bowls ago, when Florio was saying he was quitting and all that kind of stuff. So they both have about the same amount of time left, under their current, kind of contracts and situation. So they're very similar. We could see Bill Self and Andy Reid go out the door in the same year. I mean, that would be, you talk about a devastating blow to the area for sports. It's the 2 biggest legendary coaches that this area has ever seen that could walk out the door at the exact same time. Think about that for a minute, man.
Mm-hmm. Think about this.
I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing, but there's a reason.
Ma'am, we're discussing the rezoning for the Portillos. Do you have any comments on that?
The Portillos.
For what?
We're discussing the rezoning on 53rd for...
Well, I live on 63rd.
Again, we're here to hear comments about the rezoning.
Well, I don't like Facebook, and I don't like the internet because I can't find a job. The library blocked my password. Now tell me, does that make any sense to you?
I think we found out who needs to get their toenails cut.
I think exactly right. Or a possible date for Binkley.
Oh. That's where you're going with
I don't understand the internet. Apparently there was a big tantrum thrown here yesterday between 10 and 2, maybe. I don't know. There may have been
that guy's an idiot, man.
Situation we'll talk to Jay Binkley about a little bit later on about the Google Docs not working. I don't know. I've heard from a source there may have been something yesterday.
He likes boobs and beer. He doesn't like computers.
He does not want anything to do with computers. Nothing to do with the computers whatsoever.
Coming up on the other side, we'll get to our weekly poll, plus we'll get to Binkley at 6:45 and what text Matt got on the text line. You guys think I'm toxic. We'll dive into what he saw yesterday here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Heartland Men's Health are saying, hey, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a happy holiday together because many patients at Heartland Men's Health have said over and over again, why didn't I get my erectile dysfunction treated sooner? Well, if ED is a problem in your life, you really need to stop waiting. And there are a few things that are more wonderful in life than intimacy. But when erectile dysfunction harms intimacy, it can have devastating effects on a relationship, and that's where Heartland Men's Health comes into play. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. And Heartland Men's Health is treating men right here in Kansas City, and they're ready for you. So schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Plus, they have 3 locations to serve you. Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and in North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
BetMGM is coming soon to Missouri. Sports fans in Missouri can pre-register and get up to $1,500 paid back in bonus bets if their first bet loses. Plus, an additional $100 in bonus bets if they deposit before December 1st. Enjoy a betting app that was designed for game day with features like live bets, same-game parlays, BetMGM rewards, points, and surprise boosts dropping in your account all throughout the season. It's everything a sports fan could want in one app. BetMGM is coming to Missouri on December 1st. Pre-register today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 and older. Only. Missouri. Only. New customer offers. Subject to eligibility requirements and minimum deposit of $10. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly. Pending BetMGM's licensure as a mobile sports wagering operator with the Missouri Gambling Commission register for a Missouri online sport wagering account starting 11/17. BetMGM's insurance of welcome offer is conditional on full licensure.
It's Thanksgiving time, and that means it's Smokehouse Barbecue time as well. I love Thanksgiving. It's my favorite holiday, and I always get my turkeys at Smokehouse Barbecue. We're talking 12 to 15-pound birds that they're going to smoke to perfection for you that you're going to pick up the day before Thanksgiving. Pop it in the oven on Thanksgiving morning, and that smoked turkey from Smokehouse Barbecue will be the star of the show. They're $89.95, and it's the best money you're ever going to spend. Order your turkeys now from Smokehouse Barbecue at smokehousebbq.com.
Hey, it's almost Andy Reid. Who knew dressing up for a Halloween ball would change my life forever? Now I get to celebrate with the best fans and everything Kansas City. Oh, yeah! My journey also led me to Renner Garage Door, Casey's go-to team for garage door repair, replacement, and service since 1956. Renner features an MVP lineup from Delden, Amar, and Liftmaster.
R-E-N-N-E-R, R-E-N-N-E-R.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Upside down, you're turning it. You're giving up instinctively. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36 plus. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Conley Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. Call 913-768-7676 or ConleyPlumbingSolutions.com. Missouri side, 70 westbound from 470 to downtown, 15 minutes. Kansas side, 70 eastbound from 435 to 670 is an 11-minute drive. Conley Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. They have been in business since 2012, offering residential service and project work like commercial and router service. Visit ConleyPlumbingSolutions.com to schedule. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Diving back into it here on 96.5 The Fan. Mac, I'm going to let you take this away because you're the one that saw this text yesterday, so I don't want to make sure that I'm not the one making this up because I am getting a lot of hate from our boss, from sales. From
Spec?
Yeah.
The inspector?
Yeah, he said I'm not a real fan because I said I don't think this team is a playoff team.
The fact that he was actually listening is a win.
Oh, wow. Oh, he commented on Instagram.
Oh, he did? He's commenting on, the boss is commenting he needs more work.
And then,
exactly. Not busy enough.
And then Miss Falke, she said, I curse you respectively.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Which is funny. I think this person would be cursed disrespectively if...
is this hang on a second. I'm going to jump in.
Yeah.
You've been here, what, a year and a half now,
Yep.
right? Roughly, right? Dusty, you've been here 10 years now?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Roughly, I've been here about to be 16 in January, God willing, right? Is this the dumbest text that we've ever maybe have seen? It's hard to say yes because we have received a lot of dumb texts over the years.
Like questions, there's no such thing as a dumb text.
This may be it, though. I mean, and look, everybody's got their opinion, and everybody's entitled to it. But you're also entitled to get dumped on when your opinion is stupid, foolish, and wrong. And I think the text line and the listener is going to have a lot of fun with what Mac is about to deliver to us.
And I like that we didn't bring it up yesterday because this guy thinks he just skated by. He just texted in this terrible, terrible idea. Here it is.
Do you remember it's 913-816-660?
I wish I did.
Okay.
I wish I did. Here we go. Besides the front office and coaching change, it's an unpopular opinion, but this realization hit me on Sunday. Mahomes' claim to fame is his arm, and his arm is done. Not to mention the knee injury, all the ankle injuries in the postseason. They've taken their toll. In the next season or two at most, if not this offseason, the Chiefs need to consider trading Mahomes. He's damaged goods, and I don't know how much the rest of the league knows that. They need to sell high on Mahomes ASAP. They need to rebuild from front office to coaching to the product on the field, which is aged out. Boys?
And people are mad at me?
Yeah, exactly. What?
Total sidebar on this one. Was Mahomes hurt on Sunday? Because he got rolled up, and then we never saw him run afterwards, right? And we haven't really talked about that. I'm interested to see how healthy Patrick Mahomes is after that Denver Bronco game. That's a total sidebar.
Crazy.
I mean, like,
nuts.
Besides the front office and coaching changes, it's an unpopular opinion, but this is the realization hit me on Sunday. Mahomes' claims to fame is his arm, and his arm is done. Not to mention the knee injury, all the ankle injuries in the postseason have taken their toll. In the next season or two at most, if not this offseason, Chiefs need to consider trading Mahomes. He's damaged goods, and I don't know how much of the rest of the league knows that. They need to sell high on Mahomes ASAP, Rocky. They need to rebuild from the front office to the coaching to the product on the field, which has aged out, is the text.
Yeah, and look.
That's down bad.
I mean, that really is down bad. It's also somebody who didn't know what the Chiefs were prior to 2018, probably. And I think that's fair to say. Like, if you're down bad, I understand, hey, look, man, it affects the mood of everybody. They're a 5-5 football team. They are, still alive in the postseason. Now, they may not be alive for the division, but I've seen people wanting to fire Andy Reid. I've seen people with Patrick Mahomes. If that's the response that you are having, then I hate to be this guy. You don't understand sports, and you don't understand the history of the Kansas City Chiefs and everything that we've been through. Most teams would kill to be 5-5 at the midway point of the season or through 10 games. You look at some of these teams in the NFL right now, and we'll go through it later with the bottom feeders, and how many teams were out of this thing before the season even started. The Jets, the Giants, the Saints, the Falcons, all of these teams that stink and stink and stink. I mean, I was at Menards yesterday, and there was a Giants fan in the parking lot because he had Giants license plate.
Did you save big money?
I did. Yeah, I got another owl for the house, right? And I said to the guy, "Go Giants!" And immediately the Jersey accent and the F-bomb started flowing from both of us. And we're in the parking lot yelling back and forth about the Giants, right? And it was fun and laughing and all that kind of stuff. But you look at a Giant fan, they have not had a successful season in a decade. They're on their 8th coach since Andy Reid was going to be on their 8th coach since Andy Reid was hired here in Kansas City. Is it going the way we wanted to this year? No, it's not going the way that we wanted it to this year. But the perspective is every single organization in the NFL would trade what they have for what we have. And every organization in the NFL would rather have a Patrick Mahomes that's banged up versus the hot garbage that is running under center for the majority of the NFL. I love when people say fire the coach and get rid of the quarterback. What is your replacement option out there? Because if you're going to make those moves, then you need to come to me with options that are better than Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, which in my opinion are the best quarterback-coach combination from an offensive standpoint that we've ever seen in the National Football League. And we've got a coach and a quarterback that have done nothing but raise this organization, raise this city. I mean, we are getting the World Cup. We're getting a women's soccer stadium built. We're getting a new baseball stadium at 119th and Knoll. We're probably going to get a new football stadium in Wyandotte County. We're getting all of this stuff done in Kansas City. I don't know if any of this stuff gets done without the success of the Chiefs and without the success of Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid leading this organization and taking this organization from a meh organization that, man, nobody really knew and played noon games to the world's team, as Mark Donovan told us at the Super Bowl. And so if you're sitting around and you're down bad and you want this, move to be made and trade Mahomes or get rid of Andy Reid, your perspective sucks on what's been going on for the better part of all of our lives and really for the entire length of this franchise. That is one of the most ignorant texts I've ever seen.
From the 816, WTF, whoever said that text has spent too much time in the garage smoking and doing mushrooms.
But I don't even know that they'd have a take that bad. They'd leave the garage going, so what? You know, they wouldn't leave the garage angry.
Yeah, you leave the garage, you're like, you know what? I think they can do it.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Dude, we were talking about dinner. Oh, yeah. From the 913, get that texter the hell out of Kansas City. I bet he was thinking he was so clever and you guys were going to jump on board and praise him. LOL.
There's probably some truth to that.
660, the fact an average Joe thinks he knows blank the league doesn't about players. LOL. That person is a loser. They can go root for the damn Jets. From 816, another great idea. Fermented fish in a can imported from Sweden. Signed Bacon Slaw.
Yeah. Hey, Bacon Slaw, good to hear from you, bud. How you been?
From the 816, they sound like a Steelers fan.
Huh?
I don't know, that's what they said.
No, I get that. Steelers fans, with all the success, they're still wanting Tomlin fired and whatnot. But look, they haven't won a playoff game. I mean, Brian Daboll has more playoff wins in his tenure with the Giants than Mike Tomlin has had. So, and I'm a Tomlin supporter, but I understand why Steeler fans are upset. They haven't had a playoff win in a decade. And they haven't had a quarterback probably in a decade, really, either, since they got rid of Ben Roethlisberger.
The Chiefs haven't not made an AFC Championship game in about a decade.
It's a little different. It's a little bit different. Yeah, it's a little bit different.
And the season's not over.
Well, that's the other thing. We're not done. We've got with 7 games to go.
Even if you're in Dusty's camp that the season's over, the season literally is not over.
Right.
There are 2 months of games left.
Yes, there's a long time left in this season. And so look, if you're jumping ship, that's fine. But I also want you to know that this is why I've said for all of these years, the people that were bitching along the ride and complaining about stuff along this ride, now you're seeing what I've been talking about for the last 8 years. Why I keep saying enjoy this ride. Why I didn't get caught up in the minutia of the stuff that was going wrong in a 14-2 season or the regular season, 1 game in 2023 or whatever the case may be. It's why I said I'm just going to sit back and enjoy this, because eventually you get to the end. I'm not saying this is the end, but for down bad guy over there who wants to trade Patrick Mahomes, 5-5 sure as hell seems like rock bottom in that dude's life. That's why I said you've got to enjoy this ride the entire time, because before you know it, you're going to wake up and it's going to be over. And for a lot of people, they may be thinking it's over now. And you're like, damn, that went so fast. And then you wonder to yourself, did you enjoy that ride as much as you possibly could have? Or did you sit around complaining about Kadarius Toney?
From the 913, that dude would probably want Shedeur Sanders to replace Mahomes. That or he's a Bulls fan. This one comes from the 816. Chase would probably spit on that guy.
That's a good one. You get the week, man. Take the rest of the week and all next week. Go enjoy your turkey, man. That was a good one.
And then Mitch Holtis texted into the show.
Oh, yeah?
Good morning, guys. I just wanted to say that Mac has really grown in his position. He sounds so much more comfortable. Keep up the great work, guys. Love listening to your show.
Oh, thank you, man.
That's awesome.
That's very nice.
It's fun to see your kids grow.
Somebody says, you guys dumped on me pretty hard a few years ago, and I said to fire Andy Reid and hire Sean Payton. Signed B-Rock. It was much deserved, I might add.
It's still, yeah. Oh, much deserved. Yes, I would say still a bad take.
Still a bad take, B-Rock.
From the
but at least he's admitting it. Yeah, right, yeah.
We all have him.
From the 913, are we sure that text is not coming from Carrington or Rob? Mahomes is washed. That's right. I know a lot of people are wondering. I don't think that person is actually a true Chiefs fan.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, and that's the good thing about bringing up those texts, because then you hear from the people that are like, okay, what are we doing here? You know, a lot of the times the text line is a place for people who are negative to vent, and we don't get a lot of the positive feedback. But then when you read a text like that is so absolutely insane, even the people that are still kind of down bad at 5-5 are like, all right, that guy's an idiot. And we can all kind of unite around that guy and make that guy kind of the butt of the joke instead of worrying about what's going on, you know, with the football team. Because I think if you go to the game on Sunday, you're in the parking lot on Sunday, you're at home watching the game on Sunday, ask anybody that you're watching the game with, should we trade Patrick Mahomes? There's not going to be a single individual person that goes, oh yeah, unless you're tailgating with that guy.
No, they throw the Surfside in your face and tell you to buzz off. Get out of here. What are you talking about? He's 30 years old.
Needs a Surfside for zero trouble.
Should we trade Patrick Mahomes? You know what? That's a real good idea, Chad. Let's go ahead and do that.
From the text line, I am the one who said to trade Mahomes. I stand by that. I also think we should try to shop Bobby Witt Jr. in the winter meetings. I'm kidding. That's not a real text.
I was like, what?
I actually would have had a lot of respect for the guy if he came back with that one. Yeah. If he came back with that text and said, you know what? Yeah, I'm standing by it and trade Bobby Witt Jr. too. Okay,
he's doubling down.
I am the trade everybody guy, except for those two. Like you're in rare category up there. You got Mahomes and you got Bobby Witt Jr. You're probably not trading either one of those. Everybody else, you're available, but those two guys, no, we're not doing that. Those are your cornerstones for your franchise, right? Those are the people that have built your organization. This organization, Patrick Mahomes. I mean, when it's all said and done, nobody's going to remember anybody that came before Patrick Mahomes. They just aren't here in Kansas City and worldwide. We're just not going to remember, the Trent Greens, the 2 years of Montana, all that kind of stuff is going to be a distant memory because of what Patrick Mahomes is going to be able to accomplish. And Bobby Witt is the George Brett of this generation. We haven't had a George Brett since George Brett. We finally got a guy that is our George Brett of this generation that is locked and loaded here in Kansas City for a long time to come. It's great. It's wonderful. It's awesome that we have these two cornerstone guys.
Somebody says, I think I found the root of this person's issue from the 913. Let's see, where's it from? Yeah, 913. Trade Mahomes, draft Dylan Raiola. This guy must be a Nebraska fan.
Exactly.
Dylan Raiola's done for the year. He's been hurt. But, I go back to when I was your age and doing this job, Mac. When I was 28 years old, we didn't have anybody here worth a damn in Kansas City on either side of the parking lot. The Chiefs were kind of at the end of the Vermeil era, moving into that Herman Edwards era. I think Damon Heward may have been the starting quarterback after Trent Green left, and Larry Johnson was whatever he was, and Tony Gonzalez was past his prime. The baseball side of things that they couldn't get out of their own way. I mean, that was a mess. There was nobody over there at the baseball side of things that was worth watching other than an Alex Gordon who was sent down, to the minor leagues. We finally have what we've dreamt about for generations in this town. A transcendent player on the football side and a transcendent player on the baseball side, both at the same time. Both of our teams are winning right now. This is a great time still to be a Kansas City sports fan. I know you're down bad after one loss, but by God, to throw the bathwater out because of that is one of the more ridiculous things that I've ever seen. They need tweaks. They need things to get better, obviously. But to throw the quarterback out the wall, out the door is dumb. And look, I even think his last two games have been terrible. He hasn't been good the last two games. But we're not throwing the quarterback out. We're not trading the quarterback because he's had a couple of bad games. Let's support him. Let's prop him back up and move him forward. Because if you ask Josh, that guy was down bad after the game inside the locker room like he's never seen him before. So we need to support that guy right now.
Good. Let's see him go out there and scorch the earth.
Yeah.
That's what they need. Let's say
we were all arguing that he should be the MVP, probably including this guy a month ago.
A month ago,
Stop.
A month ago, it was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, legitimately. It was after week 7.
Yeah, week 7, week 8. Yeah, it was not a long time ago. We were talking about him being the MVP of this league. And look, I know we're in a, what have you done for me lately? And we're looking right at it in front of us. The last 8 quarters have been bad. Been his worst 8 quarters that he's played in the NFL.
You had mentioned a sidebar comment about Mahomes' ankle. Somebody on the text line, Micah in Denver, said he was worried about Rashee Rice after the run play. Said he didn't really see him after that much in the game after that play had happened. But then it goes back to what I've tried to tell you guys. This is why I think if you want to give the Chiefs a chance, fatigue in the NFL is everywhere. It is week 12 in the NFL. There are 4 teams on a bye this week. I believe it is Denver, Chargers, Washington, and Miami. I think those are your 4 teams on byes this week. Fatigue is everywhere in the league. Injuries are everywhere in the league. I think the Chiefs are probably one of the more healthier teams from a roster standpoint in the league right now. These are the starting quarterbacks, and it's not even Thanksgiving yet. And going into this week, Davis Mills, Jacoby Brissett, Tyler Shuck, Joe Flacco, Shedeur Sanders, Mason Rudolph, Kirk Cousins, and Tyrod Taylor. Yeah. And Marcus Mariota would be a starter, but he is currently on a bye week.
And Jameis Winston, too. Yeah.
I think Dart will play this week.
I don't know.
He was in concussion protocol. He showed up to the game. He seemed like he was doing all right. And again, you got to pass the test. But I would assume.
But I think they have a bye coming up after this game. And so there has been some talk of maybe holding him out another week, then the bye, and then getting back after the bye, But either way, I want to see Jackson Dart play. There's no question. Everybody does.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think if you were going to have, now it's fortunate, but it's also unfortunate because the team you're playing this week's coming off of a bye. They're pretty healthy. They've got their entire roster. I think this could be a bad news game for the Chiefs because of what they present. Obviously, we'll move into that more throughout the week. And, of course, I am, like, number one hater in the building, and I got to watch myself when I walk out of this building now because people are looking. I kid. But, no, I think that this is, if you're looking for a massive advantage, your team is pretty healthy. I don't know what Xavier Worthy's health is. That's going to be an ongoing thing throughout the season. Mahomes, yeah, the ankle, whatever, but we've always seen him on one ankle. It doesn't really scare me in that sort of regard because someone's like, he does have the weakest ankles in the world. Him and Steph Curry, for sure. Yeah. But Steph Curry seems to be all right.
And they're two of the best at what they do, right?
I mean, they were both comped to each other like 5 years ago that they were renovating offenses and doing things that no one else had done, and everyone was building behind it. So, again, I think that other teams in the league are going to start seeing this, and if the Chiefs can take advantage of that, because they do have to go 6-1 in their final 7, in my opinion, to get into that playoff spot. Maybe they can get in with, 10 wins, but I don't know if that's possible. You have to beat the Chargers. You got to beat the Texans. We'll see what happens. Houston's going to play Buffalo on Thursday night with Davis Mills. I can't see that possibly going the way that they think it could go, but we shall see. But I think that is an advantage if you're looking for one as well without throwing in Mahomes, Andy, Spags, all that sort of stuff. Another advantage you will have is the rest of the league also facing the fatigue wall of the NFL going into Week 12.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, you start to look at the standings of this league, and there are so many teams that are currently out of it at this point in time. Like, really, they don't have a chance to get into the playoffs. You can talk about in the hunt and, do all that kind of stuff. There's a good amount of teams that don't have that, and this gentleman wants to get rid of, Patrick Mahomes and trade him, and then Dusty listed all those quarterbacks that are playing this week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, potentially 9, 10 quarterbacks, right? If everybody was, not on a bye this week. That's a third of the league that is rolling up a backup quarterback or a guy that really just absolutely stinks and is past his prime, right? And so we have Patrick Mahomes. You want to get rid of him. Look at a third of the NFL. They can't find a quarterback, let alone a good quarterback. They're literally going with a guy in his 40s. Shedeur Sanders is what Shedeur Sanders is. Mason Rudolph, who I didn't think was in the league anymore. Kirk Cousins, they called back from spending his Coles cash because Penix got hurt again. He's got to be out there. Tyrod Taylor's hoping he doesn't get a shot before the game by some quack doc so he can go out there and play. I don't know what a Tyler Sahak is. Shook. Who's he? He's the Saints guy?
Yeah, he's a rookie out of Louisville. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so we're going with him. Jacoby Brissett is starting yet again.
And he's been better than Kyler Murray. That's
he
the
really
sad
has
part.
been. He has been better than Kyler Murray.
But to your point.
Until this last week.
Yeah,
that's fair.
he did stink this last week. But here we sit, man. The NFL fatigue is starting to wear for a lot of these teams. You got to take advantage of those teams. But also, too, even at 5-5, kind of just take a step back and realize the New Orleans Saints are starting somebody named Tyler Shuck this week.
It is a Wednesday.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
That's right. Weekly Poll Wednesday here on Fescoe and Dusty on X, or you can just, if you don't have X, obviously a lot of people don't, you can tell us on the text line 913-586-7965. Very simple poll question, yes or no on this answer. Are the Chiefs making the playoffs, yes or no? You guys think it'll be 70-30 yes?
I think right now,
or do you think it'll be closer to 50-50?
I think today you have a better chance of the yes vote winning than you would have on Monday.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy
What is that?
Wednesday.
Is that coming from my computer? That's right. Weekly Poll Wednesday here on Fescoe.
I don't know why this is doing.
Oh, that's I gotcha.
These new computers.
Oh, my God.
We can hear ourselves on X, or you can just, if you don't have X, obviously.
Are you playing like the YouTube feed or something
I just
like
went
that?
to our
So
Twitter.
somebody has the sound turned up on the computer, I guess, or whatever the case may be. Yes, we did get new computers. Binkley will explain that.
I think right now,
so
we need to be
weird.
closer.
Yeah, that is
Creepy.
Like that.
Yeah, so stop playing the YouTube feed. We got that. That's something we need to
90
work out.
votes already.
Yeah.
60 yes, 40 no.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I think you're going to have more of a chance of the yes winning than if we did this poll. If we did this poll on Monday, it would have been a runaway no.
Oh, people would be freaking
Right.
out. Yes.
Runaway no and all of this. But here we sit on a Wednesday. Things have kind of simmered down a little bit. People have got clearer heads. You're starting to think about turkey in 8 days and all that kind of stuff and whatnot. And later in the week, you get more optimism. Like, yeah, we still got Andy Reid. We still got Patrick Mahomes. Let's go out there. Those two guys have stunk for the last 8 quarters. But you know what? It's time for them to get back to who they were Let's go out there and beat the Indianapolis Colts. I think people are starting to get more confidence now as the week goes along. But if that poll was on Monday, it would have been a 90-10, no?
Well, it's on a Wednesday, and it's do the Chiefs make the playoffs, yes or no? From the text line, 816, no. 816, yes. 816, no. 913, no. 816, no. 816, sadly, no. 816, they don't make the playoffs. 1 yes,
Okay.
6 no's.
There's the
equals
text
what?
line.
Sounds like the skit from Family Guy with Sean Connery. Let's go have sex. No, yes, no, yes, no, yes. Okay. 3 no's equals 1 yes. Oh, man. We'll see what that poll question does throughout the day. But coming up on the other side, we'll talk to Jay Binkley, and we'll hear 50-50.
I think today you have a better chance of...
I don't know what's going on, but we'll talk to Jay Binkley on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
That guy's an idiot, man.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is George Karlaftis, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I will tell you what, my friends at Smokehouse Barbecue are getting ready for that big day. I know my turkeys are getting delivered to New Jersey to my mother's house as we speak, and you need to get your Thanksgiving turkey right now at Smokehouse Barbecue. You're not going to have a better turkey in your life than the ones that Smokehouse Barbecue prepares for Thanksgiving Day. They're going to take that turkey and they're going to smoke it to perfection for you, and it is going to be awesome. It is going to be juicy. It's going to be delicious. It's going to be a turkey like you've never had before. For the first time ever, if you have a Smokehouse turkey, it will actually be the star of your Thanksgiving Day. You're going to pick it up the night before Thanksgiving, right, at Smokehouse Barbecue, and then at the morning of the big day, you're going to just plop it in the oven, heat it up, get it to temperature, and then you're ready to go. Slice that delicious smoked turkey, and everybody's going to have a great Thanksgiving at your house. So you need to order those turkeys this week at SmokehouseBBQ.com. That's SmokehouseBBQ.com. Or here's what you're going to do as well. You're going to drop into one of those Smokehouse locations and get that pulled chicken sandwich and some Cajun butter chicken wings and say, give me a turkey to go as well, and you'll have that for Thanksgiving. It is perfect at Independence, Gladstone, or Zona Rosa, or at SmokehouseBBQ.com. For over 35 years, locally owned, family operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. September 8th, Morton Amphitheater. The Crew celebrates the 20th anniversary of Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue, with performances by Tesla and Extreme. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at LiveNation.com. Motley Crue, Morton Amphitheater, Kansas City's next great live music destination.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you'd done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X and Low T Center for their TRT needs. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The test is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. So get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com.
FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Alex to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA and 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets will expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us, no trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
This holiday season, give your family, clients, and coworkers the gift of Booth Creek Wagyu beef. Booth Creek Wagyu gift boxes provide the world's best steaks, burgers, hot dogs, jerky, sausages, and seasonings that are changing the way America eats beef. Choose from mouth-watering options like the classic sirloin box for less than $100, or go big with the amazing Grill Masters Reserve box. Order yours today at boothcreekwagyu.com or visit one of their 2 convenient locations at 95th and Knoll or 135th Street in Metcalf.
Men, you need to look great for holiday events. Let Peter's Clothiers give you the perfect fit you're looking for, from sportswear to suits and sports coats in sizes to fit every man. PetersClothiers.com or stop in today at 124th and State Line.
Play Kansas Lottery's holiday scratch tickets for a chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Enter tickets into Play On for a chance to win bonus drawings. See KSLottery.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony, plumbing, heating, cooling, and electric. Kansas side 35 northbound gets heavy at Johnson Drive and stays off again, on again, very heavy up to Lamar. Now looking at 3 separate accidents reporting in through there with delays building quickly. Turn recent repairs into savings. Get up to $4,500 off a new HVAC system. Stay comfortable year-round. Schedule now at AnthonyPHCE.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Chewing tobacco, football and boobs. He knows Bobby Bowden, he knows Pete Carroll. He likes the 3-4 defense. He's Jay Bingley.
Why do I hear save a horse, ride a cowboy?
Chewing tobacco, football and boobs. He knows Bobby Bowden, he knows Pete Carroll. He likes the 3-4 defense. He's Jay Binkley.
That's right. It's Jay Binkley time here on 96.5 The Fan. Binkley, did you figure out the computers yesterday? We heard you were struggling.
No, it was funny because those new computers, like the Google Docs, weren't at least working for Bob sets. And so Alex was doing the what's trending or whatever. I literally couldn't see anything from it.
No, it's got 2 different accounts that you tried to sign in over here.
Well, it's whatever it is. I had the email pulled up. It's whatever he sent it to, and I said, "Dude, I can't see
one of them
anything
says
here."
Hugh, one of them says Hugh Janus at Binkley.
So I was just like, whatever's trending, I was just taking off the top of my head. I was trying to, then at the break, I said, "Can you resend it to me?" So he resent it to me, and we got it to work. But it wasn't. Those new computers, like, it wasn't showing up. So it was like I had no idea what was on the rundown.
Hey, Binkley, why is the NFL going to cry if the Chiefs don't make the playoffs?
You know what, Dust, man? Let me tell you about this. So the ratings came out versus the Broncos and Chiefs last weekend, right? 29 million people watched that game. Broncos fans are all celebrating that everybody wanted to watch their team. Let me tell you something, Denver. They weren't watching you. They were watching the Chiefs. And right now, the Chiefs going into that game, 3 of the top 5 NFL games this season involved the Kansas City Chiefs. Okay, so 3 of the top 5, 55 of the top 60 watch programs in this country were NFL games. But yet 3 of the top 5 were Kansas City Chiefs games. This game now goes into that top 5. So now 4 of the top 5 watched NFL games in this season involve the Kansas City Chiefs. When they play the Cowboys next week on Thanksgiving, that game, because of the Cowboys viewership and the Chiefs viewership, that game is going in the top 5. So when we sit here next week, the top 5, 1 through 5 watch teams in America are the Kansas City Chiefs. That's how bad they want them to go to the postseason. Whether people love them, hate them, want to see them win, want to see them lose, for your team to be 1 through 5 is insane.
Yeah, it is. And that's why I said, for all these people that are hoping the Chiefs are done and they're not in the playoffs this year, be careful what you wish for. How interesting are the playoffs going to be without Patrick Mahomes in them?
Well, and they watch them. I mean, but honestly, that 29 million puts them right there, I think, at number 3 watched NFL games this year. So they're already 3 of the top 5. Now they're, today as we sit there, 4 of the top 5. And the NFL sees these numbers. NFL.com put out the numbers last week. Well, they can add another Chiefs game to it. So there's the Chiefs helmet to 4 of the top 5 watched NFL games. Or the Chiefs, again, they've got America where they want them. Either you want to see them win or you want to see them lose, but they're still watching the Kansas City Chiefs to keep it relevant. That's why they're in prime time. When people complain they're in prime time, there's a reason for that. There's a reason for why they're the first Netflix game, the first Peacock playoff game, first YouTube game. There's a reason why the Chiefs are making the NFL millions of dollars.
Binkley, I guess I'm the only one willing to say I don't think this is a playoff team, but it starts this week. And I think this game is also going to pull a big number as well. CBS, Romo Nance, obviously at noon. Colts coming to town. They're the second big threat right now in the AFC because Denver took care of their business last week and a 29 million viewership. What scares you about the Indianapolis Colts this week, other than Jonathan Taylor?
Well, yeah, obviously Jonathan Taylor is. I think he's definitely an MVP. Could easily be the MVP. He would get my vote at this point.
Good.
But I know there's Daniel Jones, who's turned the ball over 7 times the last 2 weeks, so they do have that. Jonathan Taylor, Tyler Warren, it's not any of those guys. Like you would think, okay, the Colts, you're worried about Taylor and all that. Well, just one guy in the last 28 games has run for 100 yards against the Chiefs. That doesn't scare me. It's Louis Anarumo. And he's not really being talked about a lot when people are, breaking this game down nationally. They're talking about Daniel Jones' resurgence and Jonathan Taylor and what he can do. It's the defensive coordinator. And when he was with the Cincinnati Bengals, he was fired last year with Cincinnati. Their defense was bad then. It's worse now, in my opinion. They haven't had the talent there. But for some reason, Chiefs played them extremely close. Whether the Chiefs won, whether they won the game, the AFC title game in overtime, taking the team to the Super Bowl, where they beat the Chiefs in the regular season, he had a way to make those Chiefs-Bengals games extremely close that could have gone one way or the other. But he had a way to limit the Chiefs' offense. That guy in particular worries me more than anything about the Indianapolis Colts is the fact they have a defensive coordinator that's seen the Chiefs and he's beat the Chiefs.
Talking with Jay Binkley here on 96.5 The Fan. Jay, do you think this is a playoff team?
I do. I think they do get in. Obviously, it all hinges upon Sunday. I mean, that is the fork in the road, the crossroads game for the Chiefs, like they faced a couple years ago on Christmas when they lost to the Raiders, the lowly Raiders, and they went to 9-6, and the sky was falling. And they had the Bengals the next week, and they could have lost that game and let that Raiders game parlay itself into the Bengals game. They didn't. They didn't play a great game. Joe Burrow didn't play in that game, but they won it. And then they went on an epic run. And they finished out the season. That is the year they went on the road in the playoffs after they beat Miami in the minus 31-degree wind chill in Kansas City.
Yeah.
They beat the Bills on the road. They beat the Ravens on the road. They beat the number 2, the number 3, and number 4 scoring offenses in the NFL. The number 1, 3, and 4 scoring defenses. They were number 2, so you didn't get to play them. But it was one of the most epic runs we've seen in the postseason. They parlayed that to a Super Bowl win, but they were 9-6 on Christmas Day when they lost to the Raiders. So yeah, I think if they beat the Colts, because then you get the Cowboys, and the Cowboys are so up and down this year. I think they did get better at the trade deadline, obviously, but then the Chiefs have that mini bye. So mini bye going into a December with everything right in front of them. I mean, Houston at home, Chargers at home. Their only road games at Tennessee, at Las Vegas. and then getting a chance to redemption at the Broncos. And who knows what happens on Christmas? Will Broncos already have this division settled? Will they have full attention to the Kansas City Chiefs, or will the Chiefs extract revenge on them? It is very, very appealing. And the Cowboys is that one game they could lose because it's an NFC game. You don't want to lose it, but that's the one that's the NFC game. But, yeah, this Colts game matters everything. If they lose the Colts, yeah, we can pretty much say the season's done next week. But if they win it, that glimmer of hope becomes larger.
What did you think of the rankings last night for college football?
They were interesting. For the first time, I think there's real people talking about it. James Madison, I thought, and a lot of people thought this team 9-1. They should have been that. Not that it matters, but that Group of 5 team that does make the playoffs. It was Tulane.
Yep.
Tulane's got 2 losses. They're with the conference, with Navy, with North Texas. It's going to be one of those teams. It's going to be North Texas. It's going to be Navy, or it's going to be James Madison, or it could be Tulane. I think it's going to be one of those 4 teams that end up making the playoffs. But they chose Tulane, and I loved what their coach said. I don't know if you saw John Summerall, what he said. He goes,
No.
I don't know if we deserve this. He goes, no team you can see is really worthy in November 13th ranking. So he was selling that whole Nick Saban rat poison thing. Like, don't put us up here. It's great that you did, but are we that good? Like, he was being really honest, like, about where his team sat. But, yeah, it could be any of those teams. But, yeah, last week it was South Florida. They get rolled by Navy. Now this week it is Tulane. I do expect, as a third rankings, I do expect that to change. Obviously, these teams have to finish up at the end of the year, and then they have to win their conference championship game, which is going to be tough for any of them. But I think there's 4 teams with a legitimate shot. But everything else was fine. Alabama, I always thought, didn't deserve the number 4 ranking. I know it sounds crazy because it's Alabama, but they can't run the football. They had 80 yards rushing this weekend. That's the most they've had in the last 3 weeks. They just can't put teams away. Ty Simpson is a great quarterback and deserves all the praise and will be a first-round quarterback. Alabama builds lead. They just can't salt the game away at the end. They're 14 out of 16 teams rushing in the SEC. So Georgia now takes over as number 4, and Texas Tech moves up to number 5 with 2 Big 12 teams sitting right there in the first teams out with Utah and BYU. And last week, Oklahoma was the first team out. Now they're back in the college football playoffs. So it stands pretty good for the Big 12. They only had 1 team last year. Could they get 2 teams in this year and double up what they had last year? Very possible. But I think for the most part, the rankings were fair. And I do think that Group of 5 team is going to keep rotating at the very end of it.
Well, Binkley, I guess enjoy. We don't. Oh yeah, you do have some games tonight. You got Central Michigan versus Kent State, Miami of Ohio versus Buffalo tonight. So you got. Some
I know that I'm hard. Those are huge.
You got some action tonight, Binkley. I love it for you.
You know what? Football. We're in the middle of that stretch of 49 straight games. We're on like in the 20s at this point for a game every single night. So
don't blow your load yet.
A little football, a little action. Got some NFL action tomorrow, and some college football Friday and Saturday till the all-important Chiefs-Colts game on Sunday.
Hell yeah. Well, Binkley, we appreciate it, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, fellas. We'll talk to you soon.
I mean, there's nothing more appealing, Dusty, than a 5-5 Miami, Ohio team taking on a 5-5 Buffalo team.
You know, Ben Roethlisberger, he went to Miami of Ohio. Great quarterback, probably be a Hall of Famer, 2-time Super Bowl champion in Pittsburgh. Coming up on the other side, why the Colts and the Chiefs reverse history possibly this weekend here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Score big savings with Hy-Vee and the Kansas City Chiefs. Big points mean even bigger savings. Just shop Hy-Vee the day after a game and earn a fuel saver discount equal to the Chiefs score and based on the amount you spend. If the Chiefs score 42 points, you save 42 cents a gallon with any $42 purchase. The more we score, the more you save. Win or lose, everyone scores the day after a Chiefs game only at Hy-Vee.
Offer good in-store and online. Some restrictions apply. See store for details.
Imagine this. It's Thanksgiving Day, and instead of juggling pots and pans, you're actually enjoying it. Hy-Vee's got your holiday covered with convenient pre-made meal packs for any size gathering. Fresh, ready-to-heat favorites like juicy turkey, honey glazed ham, or prime rib, plus all the classic sides, rolls, and desserts. And don't forget to swing by the wine and spirits department to make it a feast to remember. Pick up your meal the day before, heat it up, and serve it like you cooked all day. This Thanksgiving, let Hy-Vee do the cooking. You get the credit, only at Hy-Vee.
BetMGM is coming soon to Missouri. Sports fans in Missouri can pre-register and get up to $1,500 paid back in bonus bets if their first bet loses, plus an additional $100 in bonus bets if they deposit before December 1st. Enjoy a betting app that was designed for game day with features like live bets, same-game parlays, BetMGM rewards points, and surprise boosts dropping in your account all throughout the season. It's everything a sports fan could want in one app. BetMGM is coming to Missouri on December 1st. Pre-register today. BetMGM, make it legendary. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 and older only. Missouri only. New customer offers subject to eligibility requirements and minimum deposit of $10. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly. Pending BetMGM's licensure as a mobile sports wagering operator with the Missouri Gambling Commission register for a Missouri online sport wagering account starting 11/17. BetMGM's insurance of welcome offer is conditional on full licensure.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
Paid for client betrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Chiefs coverage sponsored by Renner Garage Door. RENNER forward and back.
Hey, it's almost Andy Reid. Who knew a Halloween costume would change my life and lead me to Renner Garage Door? Renner's KC's go-to team for service, repair, and replacement.
RENNER. RENNER.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 northbound. Things get heavy around 67th Street. Stay off again, on again, quite heavy up to Lamar with multiple accidents reporting. Missouri side, 70 westbound, heavy approaching Little Blue Parkway with an accident before 470. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel to watch all your favorite shows, shorts, and clips. This is your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Well, I eat.
Back here on 96.5 The Fan. On a Wednesday. I'm telling you, man, I say this all the time, but I'm still just baffled. When I woke up this morning, I was like, Good Lord. Ben Maller tomorrow. It's already Wednesday.
I know you do this every week.
Know, dude.
Yeah, every week. I know when I wake up on Wednesday morning, I'm like, Dusty's going to come in on Wednesday. We only got 2 days left. It's almost Friday. We got Ben Maller tomorrow. You start to see the end in sight of the week, the Thanksgiving holiday, the big game on Sunday, all the kind of stuff, that everybody has going on this weekend and next weekend and all that kind of stuff. You get excited about it, man. We all get excited about the holiday.
I get it. Every Wednesday I wake up and the same thing.
It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday already. Where the hell did the week go?
What day of the week is it?
Well,
I think it's Wednesday.
Yeah. Was that Jay or was that caller guy that called in? Because it could be either one, right? It could
I'm
be.
just glad he called Mac back and was like, man, I thought it was funny. You guys are doing that. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
And everybody on the text line was thinking that we were asshats because they thought we were making fun of him and they were giving him all this like medical diagnosis and all this stuff. And then the guy calls Mac back and goes, you guys are fine. Actually, if you want, you can send me that. I think it's hilarious. I'm going to share it with my family. I just hadn't had my coffee yet. You guys are a bunch of jerks for making fun of that guy. Here's the reality.
Yeah. He
actually loved it.
Here's the reality. Humor's okay. Start embracing humor again. Stop being sticks in the mud.
And stop also
You're offending me. Put your get offended pants back in the closet.
Like everyone was like, that guy has dementia. A, you don't know who that guy is. B, you have no idea if that's true or not. C, he called Mac back and was in tears of laughter.
Right, laughing. I had a guy with dementia in the neighborhood yesterday. That's tough, man. The guy was standing in front of my house yesterday. I'm like, are you lost? He's like, I think so. I'm like, oh, no.
Dang.
I go, who you looking for, man? He goes, I'm looking for Ernie. Do you know where Ernie is? I'm like, yeah, I do. He's 3 houses down. Let's go. And this guy, he was kind of going in and out of, where he was in life and reality and all that kind of stuff. And was a Vietnam vet and was starting to tell stories about being in Vietnam and all this kind of stuff and whatnot. Then he'd kind of try to find his wife. And it was it was sad. I was I was heartbroken that this guy didn't kind of know where he was. So I found Ernie, and Ernie is another Marine, former retired Marine. Shout out Ernie on my block and all the retired Marines. And Ernie came out, man. You wonder how the military shapes you as a human being. Ernie's probably in his 70s now, right? And he came out, and you could see the Marine guy take over for this other Marine guy and hook up with him and go, I got him. And he says, you go home now. You take care of what you need to do at home. I've got this guy. I'm going to take care of him. We're going to put him in the car. We're going to take him to his house. We're going to find his wife. It was awesome, to watch. I just felt so bad for this guy standing on the street, not knowing where the hell he was, man. It broke my heart yesterday.
And that gets me.
Society still has a chance.
Yeah, it does.
So I brought this up yesterday in our post-production meeting because it just hit me like a bee in the lip if you're Cody. And the Colts have always kind of been that thorn in the side of the Chiefs. Mac did a good job of putting the records up here. The Colts lead 18-10 all time.
That's crazy to me. Wow,
4-1 in the playoffs, and the last time they played was 2022, and the Colts won 20-17.
That was the regular season game with Chris Jones saying something.
Man, he must have said something bad.
You think somebody will ask him this week? What'd you say to Matt Ryan on that Colts game?
Man, we'll get to that at a different time of my career. But the playoff history, 96, first Chiefs game I ever went to as a child, 9 years old. 10-7, lost in the divisional round. 2004, Colts won 38-31. 2007, Colts won 23-8. 2014, the Colts won 45-44. We all remember that game. Chiefs did win in 2019, 31-13 in the divisional round. That was the last game that Andrew Luck would ever play in the NFL. I think this is time that you reverse history. If you want to continue to prove people wrong, like myself, that this team is still capable of being that team that we've seen under the Mahomes era, now the Colts are basically you in the past, and you are the Colts, right? Now you get to go play spoiler. You get to go be the thorn in the Colts side. The Colts come into this game 8-2, coming off a bye, seeing what happened to the Chiefs the last 2 weeks they've played. They've lost to Buffalo. They've lost to Denver. They probably learn like, hey, they're not a threat to our 1 seed, but guess who is? All these other people that are around, like the Denver Broncos, like the Buffalo Bills. They still have fighting chances, like the New England Patriots. So, yes, there's pressure for the Colts to win this game because they're doing something the Chiefs have always done. We've got to win this game because we've got to continue to race for our number 1 seed because we want everything to go through our stadium. Now the Chiefs are 5-5, fighting for their playoff chances, playing a team that has a better record, coming to Arrowhead at noon, and the Chiefs can be the thorn in the side. And I think there's a big key to this. I think the most important person in this game is Steve Spagnuolo, because you are going to get the exact same offense Buffalo ran against you. I understand that Josh Allen is not the quarterback Daniel Jones is. Massive advantage for Steve Spagnuolo. I believe Daniel Jones has been sacked 12 times in his last 2 games. I apologize. And Jonathan Taylor, can we all agree that he's better than James Cook? Do we think Buffalo saw what James Cook did, or Indianapolis saw what James Cook did against this defense? That offensive line for the Indianapolis Colts is stellar. It is good, America. But they are giving up sacks, and they are letting pressure get to Daniel Jones. And like Binkley had mentioned, he turns the ball over. Yeah. He fumbles the ball a ton, like 7 times this year. And if you can do that and you can disguise stuff and they can't recognize it like Bo Nix did in Denver and on the 3rd and 15 play with 2:03 left in the game, this is a big Spags game. Because the other thing, too, why I say it reminds me of Buffalo, great running back, fantastic tight end. We'll see what happens, but I think the most important person in this game is not necessarily Mahomes or Kelsey or Taylor or anybody. I think it's Spags.
Well, and I also think, Spags does have to have a big day, because you mentioned the tight end, you mentioned the running back as well, 2 things that have absolutely killed this team. But they need to play their best going forward. There's no more room to not play your best, and that means you have to change things up. I thought Spags' first play of the game on Sunday was the best play call he had. The corner blitz with Connor coming in, like nobody saw that one coming on the first play of the game. That was it.
Yeah.
And then we didn't get much more after that. And I think my biggest concern right now is the predictability stuff that we've been talking about all week. I fear that if the Chiefs give up a big play, the next play is going to be even bigger, because Spags always blitzes after they give up a big play. So this operation, if I know that, the Indianapolis Colts and everybody else in the league knows that. So he's going to send the blitz after a big play. They can probably go up over the top. And so you have to start disguising your stuff a little bit. Both sides of the ball, both offensively and defensively, they have to disguise things. But I think for me, I'm going to kind of take yours as like the opposite way. I'm going to go, as Binkley said, and kind of add to it with Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator of the Indianapolis Colts. We saw him kind of have that kryptonite for Patrick Mahomes when he was the Bengals defensive coordinator in that AFC Championship game. And kind of the subplot to this is Lou Anarumo is the guy that I'm watching the most, but it also has that direct impact on Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes can't let frustration make him try to be Superman and throw interceptions in the red zone. Like we can't have Patrick Mahomes get visibly frustrated by Lou Anarumo's defense and go to the sidelines and throw the helmet or be upset and all that kind of stuff, because that doesn't work. That's a win for the opposition. You need to be cool, you need to be calm, and you need to be collected. And when bad things happen, Patrick, don't compound those bad things by trying to make a big-time play when that big-time play isn't there. Save that big-time play. Throw that ball out of bounds. Run it. Do whatever you have to do to not compound a bad play turning into 2 bad plays. And I think Lou Anarumo is going to try to frustrate him mentally, get after him, from that kind of standpoint, get inside his head. They can't let that happen. And you can't get frustrated when things don't go your way. You have to get back on the sidelines and go, okay, it didn't go our way on that drive. Let's figure it out. Let's not try to do stuff and make plays that aren't there for the sake of trying to make plays that aren't there and risk turning the football over.
I also think this is a very important game for the offense, because I think it is like that trickle-down effect, because if you can take away the run, obviously, by scoring points, we've seen this before in the past where when the Chiefs can get up on teams that do depend on their running backs as a crutch for their offense, they tend to steer away from that. But I also don't want this to be one of those Super Bowl games like it was against the Philadelphia Eagles, where you focus everything on the running back and then you let somebody like Jalen Hurts or Daniel Jones beat you. And all of a sudden it's like, see, Daniel Jones can do it. What'd they say to the Super Bowl? What'd we say to the Super Bowl? Maybe not Mac, but maybe like Jalen Hurts should be in the conversation as like a top 10, maybe top 5 quarterback. Mm-hmm. That has dissipated fast over this season.
Well, the last 2 weeks it's dissipated.
But when you look at what that has happened, where it's like, what's Saquon Barkley going to do? What's Saquon Barkley going to do? And then we're all sitting there in New Orleans going, I guess we forgot Jalen Hurts can actually throw the ball sometimes. Mm-hmm. And that's what happened against the Chiefs. So we'll see what happens. I refused. This is true. I did a bad job last night, but I did it on purpose. I refused to go past 7:17 on the dock, because I want to be surprised with who's in the max pack, and I want to be surprised in who's Bob's
That's
bottom
why
feeders.
I keep mine on my book, so you can't see it ahead of time.
So I haven't seen any of it. We get into it, and it's one word. It's Mac. It's Bob. Yeah, we'll do all that next here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Creed Humphrey, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
I'll tell you what, my friends over at QC Kinetics are saying, hey, you need to come see us and you're going to feel better, right? You got that elbow pain, that back pain, that hip pain. The holidays are here, right? The last thing you want to do is be in pain and not be able to do everything around the holidays, right? Like whether it's going to parties, hanging out, doing cool things because of that joint pain. Well, QC Kinetics is here for you. Relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. It can come from you because QC Kinetics taps into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair that damaged tissue, reducing inflammation and relieving pain at its source. And it's powered by the very cells that built you. No surgery, no pain pills, and no long recovery. And for Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back. Vets will get $500 off their treatment, and every non-vet who starts care, QC will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. So get your appointment scheduled now. They're available on Saturdays as well. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone, it's QC Kinetics.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Upside down, you're turning it. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36+. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Step into a world where substance meets style. Newton James, Kansas City's newest classic menswear and accessories boutique. They redefine what menswear should be with pieces from designers like Ralph Lauren, Sid Mashburn, Grayson, and more. They'll have you covered from the boardroom to the golf course. At Newton James, they believe someone has to be the best-dressed man in the room. It might as well be you. Located in downtown Overland Park or newtonjames.com. Elevate your wardrobe. Elevate your presence. Only at Newton James. Hey, Chiefs fans, Crown Royal is the official whiskey of the Kansas City Chiefs. And this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you, because we'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with a generous spirit. Visit www.crownroyal.com/royal rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 northbound gets heavy at Shawnee Mission Parkway. Off again, on again, crawling up to Lamar with an accident blocking the left lane there and multiple problems in the backup reporting. Missouri side, 70 westbound recovering. Earlier accident around Little Blue Parkway has cleared and things are unwinding, but still some heavy traffic around Woods Chapel. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
It's time for Max Pack.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. By the way, real quick, I know this is really off topic.
Yeah.
I want to buy a Ring camera for my front door.
Okay.
Do I have to, rewire that into my house?
We do not have ours wired because we're, A, lazy, and B, don't know how to do it, and C, don't want to deal with it. So you have to charge it, and you can put it outside, but then it loses its charge. So you have to kindly keep it charged.
So I need to wire it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's best to have an electrician come out. Don't you do it. You'll shock yourself and be dead.
Yeah, they probably can do it pretty
Yes,
easy,
sir.
pretty quick. I imagine that's one of their
I need an
most
electrician.
done.
DM me and let's hook this thing
Well,
up. I thought they were super expensive. They're like $40.
Yeah, you just go on Amazon. I think
That's
Amazon is it.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're nothing.
I guess that makes sense.
Because I get a
Everyone
lot of
has them.
DoorDashes when I'm not home, or I get a lot of Amazon packages. I do destroy the boxes.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering, I wonder how much a Ring camera is. And then I saw it, and I was like, you know what? I kind of want one of these, but I wondered if you had to wire it.
You do. Yeah. I mean, we have it where it's not, and 90% of the time the thing doesn't work, because we don't have it charged. It runs out of battery, and then, you're gone or whatever, and then you needed it because you're not at home. You want to see it, and it's not working, and so, yeah, you should have it wired in, and so should we. I don't know why we never did, but my wife's just like, whatever. I'm like, all right.
Solar charge on the Ring, it'll keep it charged.
Oh, really?
It's very easy to hook up. One wire. You can do it yourself, Dusty. Or whoever wants to come do it for me, I'll have beer on ice, and we
There
can
we
just
go.
have sports takes, and you can find out where I live. I'm serious. No fear. All right. I haven't looked. Mac, take it away.
Bob, should I start at number 1 or number 5? What do you think?
I would start wherever your little heart desires. As the dad, I'm going to let you make your decision.
Okay, that's a risk.
It is.
Well, let's start with the team that I chose to be in the Super Bowl for the season that not named Kansas City on the NFC side. They are my number 1 team. It's the Los Angeles Rams.
Okay.
I think they've got the MVP of the league right now, and yes, I believe it probably should be Jonathan Taylor, but we know the way this award works, right?
What should happen and what does happen are completely different things. We've had a lot of those conversations behind the scenes this week. What should happen and what does happen are two completely different things.
Not just in the football world, just in life,
Yeah.
too. So the LA Rams, number 1, I've talked about that defense is getting better and better. And the offense is just so high octane. They can run the ball both well with Kyren Williams, and Blake Corum has come on, and they have the best wide receiver duo in the National Football League with a great head coach and quarterback combo as well. They've done it. They've been there. They've won the Super Bowl before. This core, that head coach, that quarterback, that matters a lot to me. The Buffalo Bills, they haven't won the Super Bowl. They haven't been to one, but they've been to AFC Championship games. They've beaten the Chiefs. They've beaten other good teams. They probably won't win their division. I don't think they will, which is a minus against them. They're going to have to go on the road. But I trust them to do that.
They've done well on the road before.
Yeah.
Every time they come to Arrowhead in the playoffs, it's been great.
It's really just Arrowhead, though. To your point, it legitimately,
Yeah.
they've gone to Baltimore. Cincinnati, I guess they've had some issues with, but really, they're not going to be scared to go to Indianapolis or New England,
Nobody
in my
is,
opinion. Number 3, the Philadelphia Eagles. They can do everything better than anyone else can. Maybe someone can pass, someone can run better than, but do all of those things combined. They're just the most well-rounded team, and I think defensively, they're healthy. They're back. Jalen Carter is healthy, and that defensive line is by far the best unit in football.
It's really good. The problem is their fans suck.
I think so. Yeah, the fans.
I heard
the
about
fans
it again.
blow.
Like, we were watching the game on Sunday with some folks, and even then, I'm still hearing from people 11 months later how rotten Philadelphia fans were in New Orleans to them at the Super Bowl. And I'm like, yeah, we all experienced that. Isn't that sad? Like, I don't know why Philadelphia wears it as a badge of honor. Everybody else thinks you're jerks.
They're like, oh, yeah, we know. We're on.
Yeah,
no,
like, that's not a
saying
badge of honor.
Yeah.
That's like, well, maybe we should change. We're not liked by others.
You guys booed Santa. Number 4, the Detroit Lions. Running the ball starting right about now, right about Thanksgiving on until into the playoffs. If you are able to run the football and take a 7 or 8 minute drive, maybe not run the football necessarily, but that's the most common way to take a long drive and really own a quarter. The Lions can do that, and we saw them struggle this last week. Didn't really get going till the second half.
Wait, the Chiefs are just calling me right now. I'm sorry to interrupt. They're saying, what does run the ball mean?
All right, that brings us to number 5. Rounding out Max Pack, I had a lot of trouble with this because the New England Patriots have been fantastic, right? I think they're going to win that division. But who have they really beaten other than the Buffalo Bills? Not really all their fault. You play who's on your schedule.
Tampa Bay on the road in bad conditions.
Bad conditions?
It was like raining.
Oh, okay. Yeah. They also weren't healthy. I mean, but you're right. No, Tampa Bay, we'll give them it. It's solid. They just have not – it's not necessarily fair. But until they go do it against someone, which they won't have that opportunity really all season. They play Buffalo again, and I don't think they'll win that game. That's their one opportunity.
So they'll lose to Buffalo at home, but they'll beat Buffalo in Buffalo?
I believe so.
Huh.
I believe so. And then the Indianapolis Colts, similar thing here. Like, they can get into this list this weekend, but for right now, number 5 is still the Kansas City Chiefs because they have been there and they have done that. Tell me another team that you trust more than the Kansas City Chiefs once the playoff starts. You don't trust the Colts. You don't trust the Patriots more. There's not an NFC team. We just saw who the Seahawks really are. When push comes to shove, they played a Super Bowl contender in their division. The Rams had their way with them. Defensively, they got it going in the second half, but that was a top 5 defense that we've all touted as a high-octane unit. They weren't able to stop the Rams in that first half. The Chiefs have done more in the past than the Colts and the Patriots, and I think that matters a lot for this list. The Colts can get on this list if they win this Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's where I'm at.
I think you're.
I'm holding pat. I'm holding back. It's week 10. It's
I
week
know
11.
you're my son, but like father son, we're on the same page. The page is just confusing because yes, I do believe the Chiefs should be on your top 5 list because I do believe they can win the Super Bowl. But when they're 5-5 and people say to me, "Why are they 5-5?" I don't know what the answer to that question is, other than lack of details.
Yeah, details.
That goes back. That goes back to coaching, right? It's one thing for Aaron Glenn to have lack of details as a rookie NFL head coach and his team to be sloppy, or Abdul Carter sleeping during meetings all year long and Brian Daboll doing nothing about it and whatnot. Andy Reid coach teams have no business being a team that does things that Aaron Glenn-led teams do. Penalties, turnovers, not playing smart brand of football. And that's ultimately what it comes down to. If this team ends up on the outside looking into the postseason, it will be the Jacksonville game and the Denver game that I go back to. And it's not because of Jawan Taylor or it's because the defense gave up a 3rd and 15. To me, what it comes back down to is turnovers in the red zone and penalties. And in both of those games, they had penalties and turnovers in the red zone. That's why they're 5-5. And an Andy Reid coach team should not be on the same level with that kind of stuff as an Aaron Glenn coach team. And so they're 5-5. The biggest reason, not disciplined enough. And that starts at the top.
Yeah,
that starts at the top.
The disrespect for the Patriots is kind of insane.
Listen, I had them worst to first. I'm the biggest Drake May fan in this building. I love them.
They're plus 86 in point differential. You talk about teams that can do it. I mean, the leader on their team, the guy that has revamped that entire organization over the last couple of years, and Mike Vrabel, knows all too well what you have to do and where you need to go and where you need to be when it comes to playoff football, especially in New England.
And I think, and to take Dusty's point to the next level, if the Patriots were 9-2 and Lou Anarumo was their head coach, I'd be like, meh. They're 9-2 with Vrabes. That's legit. Like, that's a real head football coach.
They will lose back-to-back to the Bills and the Ravens.
And they probably will, yeah. And we'll see. We'll see what happens when they get there. All right, my bottom feeders this week. I'm going to start with the Tennessee Titans, worst team in the NFL at this point in time. I don't know what direction they're headed. I don't know where they're going, what they're going to do. If they're going to keep Cam Ward or they're going to take the kid from Indiana at number 1 overall. They got a lot of question marks that they need to kind of solve. So they're the worst team in the NFL, followed up by the New Orleans Saints, as we talked about earlier. Tyler Shuck is going to be the quarterback. Did I say his name right? Tyler Shuck.
Yeah, don't shuck it up, man.
He's going to be the guy that's playing quarterback this weekend for the Saints. The Cleveland Browns come in as the third worst team in the NFL because it just reminds me of Todd Haley, Scott Pioli, and the entire thing that was going on here when that thing crumbled to the ground. And there are people who want Shedeur to play, people who don't want Shedeur. They're just not on the same page with anything inside that organization. You got an owner who's a jackass. You got a GM that's, doing whatever he does, drafting Shedeur Sanders. You paid that is an organization that literally goes into work every morning and everybody has their own agenda and nobody talks to find one common lane. So the Cleveland Browns are on the list. The Giants come in as the fourth worst team right now in the NFL because, again, we don't know if Jackson Dart's going to play. You got an interim coach and the whole 9 yards there, and they've been a flat-out mess. You got players sleeping in meetings. Nobody's doing anything about that. The whole place needs to be cleaned out. And then finally the Jets. They're still the Jets, and they'll always be the Jets until they're not the Jets. And so they are the fifth worst team, in my opinion, right now in the NFL, an undisciplined team, an undisciplined coach. I know they won a couple of games, but now you're switching quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. The best part about that is Aaron Glenn has never said each week who his quarterback's going to be. It got out this week. I can't wait to see Aaron Glenn yell at the media today. And when you treat the media like that, you do make the top 5 of bad teams in the NFL.
Chiefs not in the bottom feeder yet?
No.
Okay.
No, not if they lose. They're not in the bottom 5 now.
Okay.
They're definitely not max pack if they lose.
Yeah, if they lose, they're not, and they're probably not in the playoffs. But
max pack.
I think they should still be in right now.
Well, remember what his is. Teams he believes can win the Super Bowl.
Yep. You got to be a playoff team first.
I understand that, but that's not his thing. It's who
playoffs
he
don't start in
believes.
week 12,
Every team in this is a playoff team.
Are the Lions?
I don't know.
They might be.
As I said, the Lions are not a playoff team.
Yeah, they're not. They're on the outside looking in.
And again, they'll be in. I believe that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think here. Standings overall wild card. Yeah, the Lions are 6-4 on the outside looking in because of that stupid tie that the Packers have hanging on.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and because the Bears are just winning these games.
Yeah.
Yeah, Seattle, Green Bay, San Francisco. Those are your 3 teams. San Francisco's done it. They can do it. They're a playoff team. They got Brock Purdy back, and the happiest person in the room with that is George Kittle. Watch that connection go up.
Yeah, that's a good connection.
Yeah.
Very good connection. For some reason, Purdy and Kittle work like Kelsey and Mahomes. It's just that they have each other now, and I don't know, man.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what happens. But
Max Pack has no credibility if you're putting the Chiefs in the top 5. Tell me, listen, that's fine if you think that. Tell me who. I don't want to hear they shouldn't be in the top 5. Tell me who is in it instead.
What Dusty did. He told you New England should be in it.
New England, San Francisco, Seattle.
Come on.
What?
You think San Francisco's more likely to win the Super Bowl than the Chiefs?
They're in the playoffs.
But you guys are talking about apples to oranges right now. Mac is the 5 teams, regardless of the standings, who he thinks have the best chance to win the Super Bowl. You're going based on standings.
But that's not it in Mac's reasoning. It's also teams that have proven it in the past that they can do that. San Francisco does have that proof in the past. I mean, do they not? They have the same running back that was in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. They have the same head coach that was in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs.
That defense is just so much different. So much different.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. But I mean, again, they're going to get Ayuk back soon. They have Kittle.
They are not.
He's out for the season?
That's what I
heard
last
he was
read.
Coming back week 12.
That's what I last read because he's on my fantasy team.
Nice.
I'd like to have him back.
And then I go to New England. I mean, I think that Foxborough is a huge advantage in the playoffs. I think Mike Vrabel knows everything that he has to do. I mean, hell, he had Tennessee there. He's done it in Tennessee. Yep. He's back in New England. He's doing it in New England. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there's plenty of facts I'm giving you. 5-5. We'll see. Look, I'm not trying to gain hatred. I'm just trying to be like the most honest and real person I am. Because if I were to sit here and be like, I was with the Royals, I think everyone thought I was a clown. They're like, you're just doing this because you want to believe, because I did believe they would get there. They were there the entire season. The Chiefs were 5-5, and they're 2 games out of the wild card.
What gave you the belief with the Royals, but not the belief with the Chiefs? Because the Chiefs have the benefit of the doubt. The Royals don't have the benefit of the doubt at this point in time, right? The Royals haven't proven that they are a playoff team every single year like the Chiefs have. So why did you feel that way for the Royals, but you don't feel about that way for a team that's been there for the last 8 to 10 years?
Because of the length of the season. If the Chiefs were... I don't know, if the Chiefs were 7-5 right now, I would feel a lot better because they'd actually have a winning record and be going that way. The Royals, they were in the playoffs until the very last week of the season, until they were mathematically eliminated. They also were like 1 game back. They were a half game out. And then Cleveland was doing their thing. Then Detroit started to do their thing. And so it just, the length of the baseball. Plus, I saw that this team had everything together they wanted to do. They were pitching. And they stayed healthy. And, there was a little bit more belief. Right now, this team is 5-5, and I think there's more problems than what we're seeing on the field, in my personal opinion.
Well, I think when you have, the play that we've seen, when you have the undisciplined nature of play that we've seen as well, it's fair to say that.
1 word time, baby.
1 word.
First name is Blake, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No.
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor.
You get 1 word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is 1 word on Fescoe and Dusty.
1, 2, 3.
Oatmeal raisin. The Chiefs win this Sunday. They're in everyone's max pack, so everyone can come down on that. But
I agree with you on that. Yeah,
it's just the way this works. 1 word. KU Duke last night. Champions Classic, I believe, is what they call it. No Darren Peterson. Duke won. I believe they did not cover the spread. 1 word on KU Duke last night.
Well, sex, because I had it and went to bed. So. I just want to win, Jen.
You dog.
It was Tuesday.
Yep.
I just want to win, Jen.
Yeah, that's great. Early.
Yeah, that's another good one. Yeah.
Like my sex life. Early and not often. But no, it's early, man. It's Duke. It's Kansas. This is all about, I guess the other word you could use is an acronym, which would be RPI. This is one of those things when Kansas is like 22-11 at the end of the season. Everyone's like, why are they a 3 seed? Well, they played Duke. They played North Carolina. They played UConn. Yeah. Bill knows how to stack early, and he knows that if you win or lose, it doesn't matter. You have to have a strength of schedule for college basketball to get somewhere productive in March Madness tournament. So, again, it's early or RPI.
Yeah, and that's a good way to look at it, right? People aren't going to remember the result of these games, but at least you get these type of games, instead of, Winged Foot State versus you or East Toenail State or some of these teams that you just don't care about. Green Bay, Wisconsin, I know, Bill threw a bone up there to that dope up there who coaches that team, but, you want to see these games, and so it's better, it's more entertaining for the fan than it is to play some of these other, directional schools.
Jamar Chase being fined over $500,000 after that thick loogie spit in Jalen Ramsey's chest, face, torso area. 1 word.
Small. Should have been more. And he should have got his ass kicked, too. Like, you know what they should have said? We're not going to have you fined. We're going to have Jalen Ramsey with a free shot on you in front of the fans at midfield before the game. And he's going to get an opportunity to destroy you. So I think small. It's small man for doing something like that. Clearly, Jamar Chase is a small human being for spitting on another man. So that's the word I'll use.
Unprofessional or expensive would be my 2 1 words. Yeah. Expensive, you could say, because it was 500 plus G's.
I got 5 on it.
Yeah, you got a week off, Jamar. Congratulations. But yeah, just stupid, man.
But 150,000.
Yeah, he doesn't even have that. But again, this is what happens. Like, what do we call the NFL? A copycat league. Jalen Carter did it. It was a kicked out of the game and played the next game. It was, I think, what we could say was a slap on the wrist type of penalty, right? 10 weeks later, another guy hawking loogies and spitting, and we're still talking about it. I mean, we're talking about spitting the NFL more than we were talking about torpedo bats in the Major League Baseball.
It's true. Yeah, that torpedo bat thing was the biggest, scam. I don't know what it was. Biggest overreaction that we've had in sports. And
Seriously, that was weird.
I mean, that was like 3 days of people losing their minds, and then the weekend happened, and Monday came, and nobody talked about it again. It was really weird.
Also really weird, this story with Lane Kiffin, it keeps going, and it's now a realtor story.
This is NBA-ish type of stuff.
This is exactly it. The most, this from Barstool Sports, the most expensive house in Gainesville, Florida, seems to have gone under contract yesterday. One word on this Lane Kiffin drama.
I saw Colin Saunders yesterday at the airport. He might be coming in.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
He did sign with somebody. I love
Jacksonville.
it. Yeah, I love
Jets.
Jets. Yeah. I love a good realtor story. I got a friend who's a realtor who knows what's going on. So-and-so's wife was looking at houses and looking at schools. They are tales as old as time for that. And so my one word is love, because they said that Lane Kiffin, not Lane Kiffin, but the most expensive house in Gainesville went off the market yesterday, and it was Dan Mullen's old house. And so people are connecting the dots that the most expensive house in Gainesville, Florida was just sold to Lane Kiffin's wife as she was down there looking at houses or whatever the case may be. So love is for me, because a good realtor story, a good spotted at the airport story, I got a guy who works at the store story, or the Uber driver who had this guy in his. I love
I saw him
these
at the bar at
stories.
Smokehouse. He must be coming to Kansas City.
Right, yes, yeah. I love a good I got a guy story. They're so wonderful.
Yeah, drama, dude. I love it. He's the biggest name that's been linked to any job. Now, how great is it going to be when we get Lane Kiffin gets a contract extension with Ole Miss and he's staying put? It's like, oh, crap. Like, I guess we'll go get that Drinkwitz guy in Columbia. Because, I mean, if I'm Columbia, I'm really watching this Lane Kiffin drama.
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
Right? Like, that's the one area where I'm like, okay, what's he doing?
Is Drink out of the conversation? Is he still the odds-on favorite for Penn State now?
I think we're waiting for this to happen.
Is this what's going to
happen? I think, in my personal opinion, I mean, I'm not as tuned into college football as maybe Drew or Mac might be, or Binkley, but I would assume that that's what everybody's doing. Now, Virginia Tech, they were like, dude, we're taking James Franklin. We don't care. This is great for our school. Great for. I think it's a good hire for Virginia Tech.
I do, too. I think it's a nice hire. Stupid on his part to give $40 million
right,
back.
Now Penn State's only paid him $9 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think once this domino falls, which again, I kind of go back to Mac's point yesterday, like this is kind of unfair to the kids at Ole Miss, where they're like, all right, man, like I'm a junior thinking about coming back next year. What are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you soon. Like, let's have a decision sooner than later, which would you say Monday was the deadline for
Friday,
May?
I thought they said.
I think the Egg Bowl, yeah.
Oh, Egg Bowl's a week from Friday.
Yeah, a week from Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, but this is the drama. This feels like NBA, dude.
I love it.
100%.
It's entertaining.
Exactly.
It's great entertainment.
Where's Doc Rivers gonna go?
Yeah, no, it's fun. But in the NBA and you know, that happens like that. It's just done, right? College, they will drag this out, obviously, a little bit because, look, in college sports and pro sports, we start coaching rumors before the first game's even played.
Yeah, you got people showing up at private airports with their phones. Yeah, that's awesome. No, this is great. Last one before we get out of here. Breaking news yesterday. We're getting 6 edible mascots this year at the Pop-Tart Bowl. 3 will be on Team Sprinkles, 3 will be on Team Swirls. Fans get to vote on which mascot team to sacrifice to mouth heaven at the game's end. It's the biggest edible mascot sacrifice ever. One word.
Garage.
Oh, God, I was going to say 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Were you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn, I was looking
I'm
at you the
sorry.
whole time.
I was just sitting here listening.
I was about to say, are you ready to do this? 3, 2, 1, garage.
Yeah.
Reading that with a straight face was hard.
Have you guys ever experienced with edible underwear?
No,
I'm going to plead the 5th on that one.
So you have?
Yeah.
Okay. Went from pleading the 5th to guilty.
I was in college in the 90s.
Did you put it on or was it already on?
No.
Can you give us the setting? Like, was it like, did she like say, hey,
It was
by the way,
more of
there's
a joke type thing. You know?
I thought she dropped it. I thought she dropped the skirt and was like, that's licorice. Get busy.
No, it was Priscilla's now Cyrilla's. Back back in the day, it was Priscilla's. Now it's Cyrilla's. It was a joke thing back in the day.
Respect to them because they still keep a handicap spot.
There we go.
Yeah. Got the little ramp right there to get
law,
into the door.
isn't it?
I think so. But you would think that like there's no laws with like a novelty store. I don't know. Just something that happens to go through my brain when I drive by it.
Create the laws. Hey, actually, novelty stores, you're going to be able to skip out on these. You're free.
Are you guys wheelchair accessible? We are.
Yeah.
Come on into Cyrilla's. I wonder what their like grass pad song would be.
And Drink is the favorite, by the way.
Still the favorite to go to Penn State.
Yeah, plus 150. Brent Key, plus
But he's
300.
not a 1-to-1 favorite anymore.
No, 150.
Okay.
Do they still
Brent
do
Key
edible
plus
underwear?
300. I'm sure.
Somebody says I'm probably in the minority, but I think the Pop-Tarts thing is really stupid. I think it's hilarious.
Oh, it's hilarious.
I think
It's so
awesome.
funny.
Remember when they put them in the toaster?
I think
And
it's
they're like,
great.
We just witnessed a murder.
I think I love. See, like that's the stuff that bothers me. Like I think that's stupid. No, that's called fun.
By the way, Mac, you've got an enemy on the text line.
Oh, okay.
Your buddy who said that Mahomes should be traded has
Oh,
responded.
well, let's get to that on the next segment. I love it.
Hit the break.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Chris Jones, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Losing a loved one is one of life's most difficult challenges, and dealing with the details of selling their home can feel overwhelming. And at the Sharp Homes team, they can work with you, providing care, understanding, and expertise. They can do all of that. The Sharp Homes team has mastered both the art and science of selling homes. Success hinges on 3 critical factors: competitive pricing, outstanding presentation, and strategic marketing. Selling your home is a major decision, which is why you need to trust local specialists like the Sharp Homes team. And the Sharp Homes team can give you options. Do you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold? Well, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. In fact, contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. You can find them simply on Google. Just go to Google and type in Sharp Homes team. That's Sharp Homes team, and you can read from over 225 5-star Google reviews. So go to Google now and type in Sharp Homes team. That's Sharp Homes team, and start packing.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
This is James Hawkins, president of Golden Oak Lending. The Federal Reserve just dropped interest rates again, and that means you can save even more money on your mortgage. If you've been waiting for the right time to refinance, this is it. Our customers are saving hundreds, even thousands every month. What could you do with an extra $1,000 every month? You can also pull cash out of your home's equity to pay off credit cards, do home improvements, or just get ahead. If you refinance now, you can make no payments until next year. And if your loan doesn't close, we'll even pay for your appraisal. But don't wait. Rates can rise again anytime, and they change fast. For today's rate, call Golden Oak Lending now at 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing cured my blues.
NMLS number 114937.
Guys, if you started noticing your focus is off, maybe you're not remembering family events, or you just don't feel the same, Synergen X and Low T Center have clinics all over town so you can start receiving care. There's no reason to continue to delay this when you could start feeling like yourself again. They give you the power to choose to be treated in the clinic or at home, and a free TRT test is at the center with results in as little as 20 minutes. Look, you don't want to keep feeling bad all the time. You want really good testosterone treatment plans that are designed for you. Customized TRT plans at the best place in the city. That's Synergen X and Low T Center. So stop waiting and find out where those solutions could be with a free T test. The best is waiting for you the best is waiting for you. So get off the sideline and get that free T test now. Go to fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates. Northbrook, Illinois.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 northbound heavy from the merge with 69 highway. Stays quite slow up to Lamar with multiple accidents reporting. 70 eastbound heavy before 18th Street Expressway stays slow, not quite to Central Avenue, but that accident looks to have cleared. Missouri side, 169 highway southbound solid from the airport exit onto 35 southbound with an accident reporting in the mix there as well. East side, 435 southbound heavy from 40 highway down towards Raytown Road with a wreck reporting. 71 northbound, very heavy from the Grandview Triangle up towards 87th with an accident. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Somebody says, Cirillas, we're high on ass. Your mic's off. Yeah. All right, Mac. Public enemy number 1 is the text line because they fired back because you found their tweet yesterday of trading Mahomes would be the way to go with this franchise. Do you have the text of the paragraph that was sent in?
Oh, yeah, we got a novel in response.
Oh, good. All right. So, but set people up who don't know, who were here at 6:15 or whatever, and we read this originally on the air. So we need to set that up for those folks so they kind of are part of the conversation.
Yep.
And then we've got the retort, you said?
This is the retort, and we do now know that it is a 913 number.
Okay.
So this is what he texted in yesterday, and we decided to hold off. It was near the end of the show.
Wait, hang on a second. It's from the 913 you said?
Yes,
so
sir.
he's hoping the Chiefs tank so they can move to Kansas.
It's all part of his plan.
Yes,
it's all part.
It's all a part of everything that he's trying to do. Like the Cleveland Indians trying to tank to move to Tampa on Major League. This is this guy's way of trying to get the Chiefs to tank so they move to Kansas.
Exactly. It's exactly right. He's got a weird way about it, though, because this was his text yesterday. We decided to hold it off till this morning, and so we read it in the 6 o'clock hour. This was the first text. Besides the front office and coaching change, it's an unpopular opinion, but this realization hit me on Sunday. Mahomes' claim to fame is his arm, and his arm is done. Not to mention the knee injury, all the ankle injuries in the postseason. They've taken their toll. In the next season or two at most, if not this offseason, the Chiefs need to consider trading Patrick Mahomes. He's damaged goods. I don't know how much the rest of the league knows that. They need to sell high on Mahomes ASAP. They need to rebuild from the front office to the coaching to the production on the field, which is all aged out.
Okay, so I will say this. Mahomes is overthrowing receivers the other day. I'm not really concerned about his arm. I'm honestly, if you say, are you concerned with something? I'm more concerned with his decision-making than I am anything else. I don't think his decision-making has been great this year. That's the concern for me. It's nothing else, but needless to say, that's one of the more ridiculous texts. We went through it all this morning. You can go grab the podcast and see our true thoughts on that, which are, you can guess what most of them are. Like, this guy's an idiot.
What the hell is going on?
You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
So then just about 20 minutes ago, he came back. He retorted. So here he is. You ready?
Yeah.
Mock me if you dare about my trade Mahomes take.
Okay, we will.
People are emotional beings and attached to past success and what people have done for them. But history's on my side. We saw this in Philly with Reed. He went 9-8, 3-14 because he lost the locker room.
It's not Mahomes.
Agreed. He lost the locker room because his plays were predictable. The players didn't respect his authority and just didn't listen to him. I remember the Thigpens, Matt Castle, Dave Krieg, Bonos, etc. But Mahomes has regressed, and two big factors to his regression: change in OC and he and his main weapons have aged out, as well as this defense.
Change in OC. Andy Reid's been here since 2013.
And the only old weapon is Travis Kelce. The rest of these guys are new,
All
young.
these guys are young. The offensive line's young. They've invested in that.
Father Time's undefeated, and to sustain a dynasty, you have to get rid of players a year early rather than a year too late.
I don't agree. I don't disagree with that at all. I totally agree with that. But we're not talking about the quarterback here. We're talking about the decision making that the quarterback is making. And Mitchell Schwartz had this thing yesterday about the first play of the game. It looked like a great play to Rashee Rice, but Patrick Mahomes making that play missed a great handoff to Kareem Hunt that could have ended up being a touchdown if Patrick Mahomes had better decision making. And that's where I'm concerned with right now. That's why I hate the RPO at this point in time, because I don't think right now, at this point of where we are, Patrick Mahomes needs to be making decisions on the field. I don't think this season, and these last two games especially, I don't think he's earned the right to have an RPO out there on the field right now because he's not using the R part of it. And Andy Reid basically said, we've got these RPOs, and then Mitchell Schwartz broke one down yesterday. And it's the first play of the game, and I'm like, whoa. He says, look, here's the linebackers. They're not even respecting the run. Everybody's just immediately dropping back into pass coverage, and nobody's respecting the run. If Patrick Mahomes recognized that and handed the ball to Kareem Hunt, there was a gaping hole. He probably would have scored a touchdown on the first play of the game.
No.
But, I mean, that.
No,
I
doesn't
mean,
have breakaway.
That was a
that's
7-yard
fair.
run. That
No,
was a
it was not.
7-yard
If you
run.
watch the linebacker moving out of the play, that thing was wide open. That guy would have gone for 20 or 30 yards. Patrick Mahomes is making bad decisions this year. I will say that. I don't think Patrick Mahomes has made good decisions. Okay? Especially the last 8 games. And when you go back and you watch that first play, you got an 11-yard run with Rashee Rice on the sidelines, or you could have given it. He's totally not allowing his team to have the R in the RPO. He's not even going up there, and the defenses know that. They are not respecting the run right now. So decision-making on Patrick Mahomes, I will agree with. It sucked the last 8 games.
8?
Or 8 quarters, I mean.
I was like,
8
what?
quarters. No, 8 quarters.
So did you send in that text?
No, the last 8 quarters. But it's not his health or his ability. His decision-making has been terrible over the last 8 quarters.
From the 913 says, careful, guys. You mock him too much. You may lose a listener, LOL. And an only wildly emotional person would say to trade Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, look, no, it's erroneous on all accounts. Like, you would never, I mean, I remember, and I do kind of remember this, when the Chiefs smoked Tom Brady with that Alex Smith game in Kareem Hunt's first year, right? 2017.
Yep.
And everyone was like, is this it? Is Brady done? They were showing him on the bench. Should they start putting in Jimmy Garoppolo?
Right.
All that sort of stuff. So it's not like odd to see this happen. But look, I think if there's one person in the entire world that knows Mahomes hasn't been good, it's Patrick Mahomes.
Absolutely.
The second.
Yeah.
So I am interested to see how he handles this, because hearing Kling's response to the game, how he was just sitting in his locker staring like with that, what do they call that, like that 1,000-yard
despondent
stare.
look. Yeah,
just like disheveled and lost. And it's like, okay, now it's your turn to prove that 2 weeks don't justify what you have done your entire career. And I do believe in Patrick Mahomes. I do believe that he can turn this around. But I don't think that it's his play that I'm concerned with. I think it's communication and something going on outside of the field of play. So we'll see. I mean, everybody's in gut check moment right now.
Absolutely, they are.
Andy,
That's a great way to put it.
I mean, it's not just Mahomes. I mean, it's Andy, it's Spat. Like, everybody's been called out in some way, shape, or form. Mahomes' play decision, Andy Reid saying we call run plays, but I need to run the ball harder. Spags getting caught and, being predictable. He's out there. Chris Jones has been caught. Everybody's been caught this year that essentially is a star on this team. Xavier Worthy, caught tipping pitches. Travis Kelce, caught losing his cool on the sideline early in the season. Patrick Mahomes, caught getting, proven that he's not going to run the ball. It's all there, black and white. And now it's up to the Chiefs to be like, hey, we are a 500 team. We are on the outside looking in. Let's go change that. And it starts this week in Indianapolis.
It's funny to have this thing called the run pass option when it really isn't an option, because the quarterback refuses to hand the ball off. He wants to make the big play so bad that he's allowing himself to lose football games and make bad decisions because he wants to make the spectacular. Sometimes it's okay to be average. Sometimes it's okay to take the easy. Sometimes it's okay to be vanilla. You don't have to be the greatest thing on every single play. And that's what concerns me most about Patrick Mahomes. It always has. He tries to be the greatest thing in the world on every single play, and sometimes it's okay to be Tyrod Taylor. And sometimes it's okay to be Joe Flacco and hand that ball off and let your running backs do the work and take the pressure off of you. Because I've watched that play a lot from Mitchell Schwartz, the first play of the game. It was brilliant the way he broke it down. And you watch all the linebackers just run back and to their right, and if they hand the ball to Kareem, he's going forward to the left. And he would have, he would have just gone for a very, very, very big gain. And the fact of the matter is, for me, how much he would have gained or not, we don't know. But what we do know is that Denver Bronco defense never once respected the GD run for the Kansas City Chiefs. And that's an indictment. That is an indictment of this organization. They didn't even respect the run because they knew he wasn't going to do it. That has to change.
We'll revisit our poll question on a Wednesday. Plus, we'll get into what Colin Cowherd had to say about the Chiefs because it's pretty truthful here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
This is voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends Hey, there I am. Hey, how you doing? My friends over at QC Kinetics, man, they want you to be doing better than you're doing right now, right? If you're waking up and you got that joint pains bothering you and you're just thinking to yourself, man, I don't know what I'm going to be able to do today because my knee's bothering me, I'm going to tell you what you're going to do. You're going to make that appointment at QC Kinetics and get that knee taken care of because relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel when it can come from you. And it's not science fiction. It's your body's comeback story powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery, just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Imagine doing the things that you love with no pain, whether that's even just walking up the stairs and going to bed. QC Kinetics will give you that freedom. So don't mask it. Let QC Kinetics regain what pain took away. And for Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Vets are going to get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-vet who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. So get that appointment scheduled now. They've got them available on Saturday as well. Call QC Kinetics today, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone, it's QC Kinetics.
Is your garage door too loud and whining for help? Overhead Door Company of Kansas City will make it all better. They will perform their full 26-task garage door tune-up for just $79. That's just $79 for up to 3 garage doors and openers. You need this done once a year, so why not now? And for just $79. Call Overhead Door Company of Kansas City at 816-221-0072 or schedule online at overheaddoorkc.com.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you're over 50, it's likely that you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Step into a world where substance meets style. Newton James, Kansas City's newest classic menswear and accessories boutique. They redefine what menswear should be with pieces from designers like Ralph Lauren, Sid Mashburn, Grayson, and more. They'll have you covered from the boardroom to the golf course. At Newton James, they believe someone has to be the best-dressed man in the room. It might as well be you. Located in downtown Overland Park or newtonjames.com. Elevate your wardrobe. Elevate your presence only at Newton James.
Hey, Zach. Are you smiling at my gorgeous canyon view?
No, Donald. I'm smiling because I've got something I want to tell the whole world.
Well, do it. Shout it out.
T-Mobile's got home internet.
Whoa, I love that echo. T-Mobile's got home internet.
How much is it?
Look at that, Zach. We got the neighbors' attention.
Just $35 a month. And you love a great deal, Denise.
Plus, they've got a 5-year price guarantee. That's 5 whole trips around the sun.
I'm switching.
Yes! T-Mobile home internet for the neighborhood.
Donald, you still haven't returned my weed whacker.
Carl, don't you embarrass me like this, please.
What's everyone yelling about?
T-Mobile's got home internet.
And Donald's got my weed whacker.
Yes, T-Mobile's got home internet. Just $35 a month with auto pay and any voice line. And it's guaranteed for 5 years.
Beautiful yodeling, Carl.
Taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com/ISP for details and exclusions.
Brought to you by Gomer's. 5 locations in the KC Metro or online at Gomers.com.
It's holiday cheers time, and Gomer's Fine Wines and Liquors is here for it. With 5 locations, a wide selection, great prices, and friendly service. Gomer's Fine Wines and Liquors, family owned and KC proud since 1969.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Conley Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. Call 913-768-7676 or ConleyPlumbingSolutions.com. East side, 435 southbound, very heavy. Hit delays past Truman, solid down to Raytown Road with multiple accidents. Conley Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. They have been in business since 2012, offering residential service and project work, light commercial and router service. Visit ConleyPlumbingSolutions.com to schedule. Alan Card, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Hey, it's Creed Humphrey. The Chiefs Radio Network pregame show starts 3 hours before kickoff, right here on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Guitar.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
You better believe it. Wednesday here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Again, it's tough when you try to click on stuff now. I understand Jay Binkley's frustration.
Yeah.
We asked the question at the start of the 7 o'clock hour on the Fescoe and Dusty poll question on a Wednesday. Are the Chiefs making the playoffs? Yes or no? 221 of you supporters have voted. 55.7% of you say yes.
Wow, it's coming down a little bit. Yeah, that's kind of where the mindset is. Yeah.
No, I get it. Hey, it's fine.
It's fine. Absolutely. Yeah.
There are 3 comments.
Oh, there are?
Mm-hmm.
Are they good ones?
Yeah. Someone says from Jason Tenney, I voted yes, but there needs to be maybe option. I'm on the fence.
It's
I feel
yes
like
or no.
I feel like no, but I think they will creep in. The NFL script can't have them written out yet.
Take the week, because you're right. Do you think the NFL is willing to take a hit financially by not having the Chiefs in the playoffs?
This comes from Michael Thomas. He says yes at 11-6. And then the last one is from, well, I'll leave the name alone.
Oh, is it that bad, huh?
Yeah.
Not appropriate. Huh?
It rhymes with Jerome Tang. If they learn to run the ball, they will. So 221 votes. If the Chiefs will make the playoffs, yes or no. 55.7 of you say yes. So the line is thin, but it's a lot closer than I thought it would be on a Wednesday. But by the way, you guys know that I have a lot of respect and love for Colin Cowherd. But he had this to say about time to rip the Band-Aid off for the Chiefs.
So I in my opinion, Kansas City needs a reboot. They have to rip the Band-Aid off with Travis Kelce. You can't have your star weapon be good 5 times a year. It's time to rip the Band-Aid off. Final year. He'll be good if they get to the playoffs. And then 1 more year, a guaranteed salary with Chris Jones. To me, it's time to rip that Band-Aid off.
And that Band-Aid,
after next season.
And that Band-Aid is going to get ripped off, though. Like, those are 2 things that we know are going to happen, right? You're going to rip that Band-Aid off with Travis Kelce. You're going to rip that Band-Aid off with Chris Jones. That's why I go back to, why is this team 5-5? Because if you ask people what personnel decisions they make, that's Colin Cowherd saying in 2 years they need to get rid of Chris Jones. And after this season, Travis Kelce needs to move along. Now, if Travis wants to, he's played great this year. He's been better than 5 games per year.
He's tied in 2 in the NFL.
I mean, he has been absolutely unbelievable. I would bring Travis back if he wanted to come back, after next season. And that's everybody trying to figure out why this team is 5-5, right? Because nobody wants to look and blame what really needs to be blamed. I don't think Andy Reid's having a great year coaching, and I don't think Patrick Mahomes is having the best year playing quarterback. And everybody wants to talk about they're starting to age out. Who exactly is aged out on this team right now? I mean,
you said Chris Jones.
Chris Jones, Chris Jones, absolutely. I think it's getting close to that time. But you've got a young offensive line. You've got a fairly young defense. You've got fairly young weapons on this team right now. I mean, Worthy and Rice are very young in the NFL and on their first contracts, right? Yeah, Kareem Hunt's a little bit old, but he was never really brought in here to be anything other than a cloud of dust and whatnot. Pacheco's probably going to injure himself out, by the time this is all said and done. So there's not many guys that you need to rip the Band-Aid off and start this rebuild with, because I think they've done a really good job of building and rebuilding during this run that we're on right now. They've constantly changed that roster over to about 33% every single year. And so I understand what he's saying when he says that there needs to be retooling, but when you really take it back and peel the layers back, how many players really are at that point? We're like, oh, God, that guy just doesn't have it anymore. The biggest difference for me this year has been the bad decisions by Patrick Mahomes and the not accountability that Andy Reid has with this team, committing double-digit penalties in multiple games.
Yeah, he would go on to say about Mahomes being better.
Let's be totally frank about the Chiefs. And this is a weird thing to say, but part of Kansas City's problem is Patrick Mahomes. In the last 2 seasons, he has not been in Josh Allen's galaxy. Josh has been more accurate. Josh gets to the end zone more. Josh uses his legs to a greater degree, and he's just a better runner. Right now, Mahomes is not Josh Allen last 2 years. And Patrick's become kind of a bad road quarterback this year. This year, he's 4-1 at home. On the road, he barely completes 60% of his throws. His passer rating in the low 80s, 81. So you could say, well, he doesn't have the weapons that he needs. Josh Allen does. Actually, he's got better weapons than the 2022 season in which he was MVP. Go look up their receiving core that year. So I do think part of the Chiefs' underachievement this year is on Mahomes. He's been less consistent, less accurate.
So for the first time since 2015, this team is 5-5.
Mm-hmm.
And for the first time in the Mahomes and Andy Reid era, the 2 biggest issues that you look in production are on Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes.
Do you guys agree with that, or is it something else? Because that's where I am on this.
I don't know about Josh Allen's galaxy.
Galaxy's away.
That's Colin B. That's Colin being Colin.
I didn't mean that. I mean, like the 2 issues this year are the 2 issues that we don't want to mention, are the quarterback and the head coach. The 2 that have been the steady, great, constant for all of this time, I think are the 2 that are having their worst years of anybody in the organization.
I think there's 3 individuals.
Okay.
I think there's Patrick Mahomes has not been great.
Right.
Andy Reid has not been good.
Right.
And Brett Veach has not been good with the acquisition that they made in the offseason. They brought a running back season, and we're seeing what the running back season's done. It's 5-5. They brought back Kareem Hunt. They didn't make any trades. Didn't draft a running back high in the draft, stuff like that.
That's the one you can say they missed on. I always hesitate with trades. You need a dance partner, and there are not a lot of people that are trading with the Kansas City Chiefs anymore. They just aren't. I mean, you talk to anybody around the league, and there's a lot of teams that aren't even taking their phone call because they're tired of this team. So, but missing on a running back in the draft, looking back on that, that probably was a big mistake by them.
I think a lot of Mahomes' issues are from Andy Reid, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Andy Reid or Mahomes is not playing well. The red zone turnovers, the decision making. I'm with you, but it's Andy Reid's job to fix a lot of those things. A lot of the reason that Mahomes is playing bad, I think, is because the offensive system is stale. It sucks. It's boring. It's predictable. That's all on the head coach. It's not his job to develop or to establish the run in a game. That's
the
on
head
Andy
coach.
Reid.
No, that's 100% on the head coach. That's exactly right.
Agreed.
And as good as Andy Reid is, he does have flaws. We all do. I keep saying that. We all have flaws. And Andy kind of admitted to it. Maybe I need to call heavier runs. A lot of people, if you look at the aggregate, of that comment by Andy Reid, every place out there's like Andy Reid throws Mahomes under the bus. Andy Reid's attacking Patrick Mahomes. I don't know that he is throwing him under the bus. It was definitely a subliminal message to Patrick Mahomes. But my subliminal message back to Andy Reid is stop putting it in the hands of your quarterback. He's now proven that he can't handle that. So you as the adult, as the coach, as the leader have to say, we're running the ball. We will be handing it off to number 27 or 20, whatever the number of the running back is. That's what we're doing here. I'm no longer giving you the option because you have shown over the last 8 quarters you can't handle the option. And you're not making the right decisions when I do give you that option. And so because of that, the option's been taken away. And that's how you have to be as the leader and the head coach. And I think that goes a long way if Andy Reid does stuff like that. Goes, look, guys, I'm the head coach now. This is what we're going to do. We're not RPOing this anymore. We're R'ing it on this play. And there ain't no PO.
I'm PO'd.
Yeah, right.
That's great.
That's what you got to do. That's how you have to be the leader of this team.
No doubt. Coming up on the other side, I want to give Cody Tapp credit and let Bob cook for a little bit here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Tune in to hear Mitch Holtis every Friday at 7:20, right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, for years my wife has told me, you don't look good in those jeans. You don't look good in those jeans. And then I went to Newton James and I got a brand new pair of jeans and my wife says, man, you really look good in those jeans. And I'm like, yeah, that's what you get when you shop at Newton James because these guys are absolutely phenomenal. Chad's the owner and he has looked at cool clothes all over the world for his entire life. And that's what he has at Newton James at 80th and Metcalf in downtown Overland Park. You can look at so many cool things from shoes to accessories to jackets to wallets and so much more. But just getting that compliment from my wife for the first time, hey, you actually look good in those jeans. And it's because I didn't know how to dress properly. And that's what I've learned at Newton James, how to properly dress. And I'm wearing sizes smaller than I ever thought I could get in because that is the proper fit. They're going to help you with your wardrobe, whether it's going to work and looking like you're going to run the boardroom or you're going to run the golf course or you're just going to look for a casual type day. Newton James has something for everybody. So go check out the coolest men's clothing store that I've ever experienced, and it's the best one in Kansas City by far at 80th and Metcalf in downtown Overland Park. They got the brands you love, from classic heritage brands in the U.S. and the United Kingdom to everything in between. You can check them out online as well at newtonjames.com. At 80th and Metcalf, it's Newton James.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Score big savings with Hy-Vee and the Kansas City Chiefs. Big points mean even bigger savings. Just shop Hy-Vee the day after a game and earn a fuel saver discount equal to the Chiefs score and based on the amount you spend. If the Chiefs score 42 points, you save 42 cents a gallon with any $42 purchase. The more we score, the more you save. Win or lose, everyone scores the day after a Chiefs game only at Hy-Vee. Offer good in-store and online. Some restrictions apply. See store for details.
Imagine this. It's Thanksgiving Day, and instead of juggling pots and pans, you're actually enjoying it. Hy-Vee's got your holiday covered with convenient pre-made meal packs for any size gathering. Fresh, ready-to-heat favorites like juicy turkey, honey glazed ham, or prime rib, plus all the classic sides, rolls, and desserts. And don't forget to swing by the wine and spirits department to make it a feast to remember. Pick up your meal the day before, heat it up, and serve it like you cooked all day. This Thanksgiving, let Hy-Vee do the cooking. You get the credit. Only at Hy-Vee.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit biglou.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
Numerous brands to choose from, endless options, one incredible experience. At Aristocrat Motors, we treat every driver like royalty and offer the finest luxury vehicle experience in Kansas City. Come see us today and let us roll out the red carpet for you.
Men, you need to look great for holiday events. Let Peter's Clothiers give you the perfect fit you're looking for. From sportswear to suits and sports coats and sizes to fit every man. PetersClothiers.com or stop in today at 124th and State Line.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
East side, 435 southbound should be avoided. You hit delays at 23rd Street, off and get on again heavy, down towards 40 Highway, where it bogs down and starts crawling and stays very slow to Raytown Road. Multiple accidents reporting in through there, keeping you slow. Kansas side, 35 northbound, a little better now, but still heavy as you make your way from Shawnee Mission Parkway up past 635. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Back in on a Wednesday here on 96.5 The Fan. We'll revisit the poll question a little bit later. Want to give credit to Cody Tapp's back in the house today. Sure he'll tell you everything that's been going on. But he wasn't shy on Twitter last night because he nailed it.
Did he?
This comes from Fox 4 News, Kansas City. Homeowners associations on the eastern edge of the city are coming out against the idea of Kansas City Royal Stadium going in at the northwest corner of 119th and Knoll. Cody then tweets, perfectly encapsulate. I can't say that word.
Encapsulates.
Yeah. Terrible at reading. HOAs by thinking they are the decision maker on this.
Yeah. That's right. And I was just talking to Cody. He goes, it's 69 homes. Like, they're going to have a say over anything, right? Like, but that's what homeowners associations do, right? They think they can have a say over everything. And some are worse than others. I know you've talked about the homeowners association that you've dealt with by your friend's pool. And, everybody's got that guy that, in the neighborhood is policing. We're very lucky we don't have that in our neighborhood, to an extent. But, you always got that homeowners association guy that you have to live with. I hate to tell people this, and I'm just going to be very blunt. The stadium is going to go at 119th and Knoll, and quite honestly, nobody really has a say. That's why it's going there, because we tried to do it the other way where people had a say and it didn't go so well, right? So now you have the opportunity to go where you don't have to worry about a public vote, and you get the opportunity to put the stadium at 119th and Knoll. It'll be a user tax. It's not going to cost anybody any money, out of their paycheck. It's not going to cost anybody any money when you go to the, to the store, and there's a sales tax that's added on, even if you're not a sports fan. If you go and you utilize that area, you will pay for it. If you don't, you will not pay for it. It's the best of both worlds. And that's why this is so exciting, because there's no new taxpayer dollars that are going to be involved in all of that unless you utilize that. And then you're going to pay for the tax district, which is the same for anything. Whether you go to Zona Rosa and do shopping, you have a higher tax rate up there, or Town Center Plaza, or wherever the case may be, right? That's the way it works. And so when the stadium goes in at 119th and Knoll, you're going to have the opportunity to go, or you're going to have the opportunity to not go. It's very much up to you. But that's why they're doing this.
Homeowners Association.
Yeah. Homeowners Association.
Stick to trash cans, mailboxes, and people's lawns too long.
Yeah, exactly.
Like $2 billion project.
Right. Yeah, exactly. A $2 billion project. Fiserv is moving in there. I mean, I heard last week that there's already plans to have Capitol Grill and the what's the tap room that they have out there at Legends that's so popular, the Yard House.
Oh, yeah.
Those two are going to be going in out there, from what I understand, by the Andretti side of things. I've heard there's some famous bars that are potentially Kansas City famous bars, if you will, that are looking to relocate or build a second location, in that area. And it's just going to be booming. Now, I will say this. If you don't like it and it's going to be something that you feel does affect you and impact you, but by all means, sell your house and get out. But, I mean, this is going to be an unbelievable project for the state of Kansas. It's going to be an unbelievable project for the Royals. It's going to be an unbelievable project for, Royals fans and all of that. I'm excited about both opportunities that we're going to see. Kind of happen. I did have one guy at the J ask me yesterday, my man Dave, and I'm like, usually these guys ask questions like how the traffic's going to be and where are we going to park, right? Dave said to me, he goes, where are they going to put all those bricks from the buildings they're going to tear down? I'm like, it's a really good question. I don't know where they're going to put those bricks. Probably grind them up and use them as concrete and, put it back into the new stadium, the recycling of stuff like that. But, I mean, you're right. If you're the homeowners association complaining about this, maybe you put up a stink just to show a couple of your neighbors that you're on board. Look at it this way. You'll never have to pay for parking again at a Royals game. You could just walk over there. That's going to save you $20, $25 a night.
From the text line,
gas.
From the 816, it's not going there. From the 816, I literally can't think of a worse place for it to go. Somebody says from another 816, just moving the same issues they have now across town.
What same issues are that? A desolate area of town that's, left for dead versus a thriving area of town where the economic engine of the city is?
From the 913, where can I see the fine print about this taxing?
There is no fine print. It is a user tax.
Yeah. So just then someone says, Stadium Talk turns off radio. So I just thought it was a good tweet by Cody.
Oh, it's a great tweet by Cody, yeah.
HOA. So I found this just scrolling through Twitter. I thought this was funny. It looks like there was like a Sunday school, like a pop quiz Sunday school. It says, one of the special days we celebrate during ordinary time is blank. And then they circled All Saints Day. They got it correct. Write the names of Jesus' mother and father. They put Mary and Joseph. Mm-hmm. Then it says, write the name of one saint. They wrote Drew Brees.
Now name another saint.
I just thought that was kind of funny.
I love it. What grade was that?
It looks like it's a very young kid that wrote it because they spelled Drew. They spelled Drew Brees, Jew Bree, Bree, Drew Brees. John Gruden. He might have had quite the take. I'm trying to find it in our files here because we put so much stuff in here. But John Gruden had a take, I think, about the Kansas City Chiefs and everything involved with them.
No, it's not about the Chiefs. Just a different hot take.
This is John Gruden's hot take.
The Miami Dolphins, who beat the Buffalo Bills' ass last week. I watched the film. They kicked the Buffalo Bills' ass. They're going to beat the Washington Commanders at home for a 2-game winning streak. And then the New Orleans Saints are going to come to town next week. They're going to win 3 in a row. And then they're going to go on the road and beat the Jets. That's going to be 4 in a row. And then they're going to go to Pittsburgh, and they're going to win 5 in a row, get back in playoff contention.
Whoa.
And Mike McDaniel's going to get a 5-year extension and stick it up a lot of people's ass.
I love it. It's a lot of ass talk from John Gruden.
It really is. My goodness.
That's his hot take. He thinks the Miami Dolphins are going to win 6 in a row and get back in playoff contention, that Mike McDaniels will get a contract extension of upwards to 5 years.
Wow.
That's a pretty good hot take because looking at their schedule and what have we said the last couple of weeks, by God, this team is still playing for their coach.
They really are. That's why he hasn't been fired. That's why the GM was shown the door. But they like this guy down there.
Do you guys have a hot take the rest of the year?
Mac, you can go first.
Yeah, I've got one. I think both the Chargers and Jags missed the playoffs.
We hope so.
Yep, I think the Texans and Chiefs are in. I looked at both their schedules. They've got at least 3 losses, both of them. And both of those teams, the Chargers play the Chiefs. The Texans will play the Jags again. So they have a chance to both one-up them. I think both those teams end up cratering these last 7 weeks, and both the Texans and the Chiefs end up in the wild card, which is probably more along the lines of what we would have predicted before the season started.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So that's your hot take. My hot take is the Chiefs are going to run the football.
Wow. That's scorching.
No, honestly, my hot take is we're done with the losing. It's over. I know I've said this before, but if you're going to be that team that you think you are and you believe that you are, there's no more room for a loss. There is no more room for a loss if you're going to make the playoffs. Yep. 5 is the limit for me. 6, I know I don't want to hear they won the Super Bowl. Back in those days when they were 11-6, they had a clown, a mad scientist, and Sideshow Bob coaching in the AFC West, so they could stack their wins. The division has gotten better as well for the Chiefs, but you're still better than everybody else. You're still Patrick Mahomes. You're still Andy Reid. If you are going to be a playoff team, you will not lose the rest of the way. And that's my hot take. Because I still believe in this team. I believe that they're going to be in the postseason. I believe that they're going to make a run. But they can't lose another regular season game.
My hot take is that the Detroit Lions will be the number 1 seed in the NFC. When it's all said and done.
Wow, there we go. 6-4 right now.
Yep. They are not going to lose a game the rest of the season. They're going to beat the Giants this week. Then they're going to play the Packers and beat them in the next week. Then they play the Cowboys. They win that game. And then the number 1 seed will be on the line against the Rams on December 14th at 3:25. I think they win that game. Then they get the Steelers, Vikings, Bears. So they get the 1 seed. They lock up the NFC North. And I think Dan Campbell and Jared Goff are the number 1 seed in the NFC, and they win the NFC North when the rest of the year is on the line. I don't know how hot that is, but it seems pretty hot since they are 6-4 and outside of the playoff.
Well, that's the veteran
right
team
now.
in that division. I mean, that's the just like the Chiefs are the veteran team here, right?
That and the Rams.
Veteran teams know how to win when it matters most. Let's see if the Chiefs and Lions can go out there and do that. They should be able to. You're battling Caleb Williams and the Bears and a first-year head coach. You're battling, the Green Bay whatevers. The Green Bay, I mean, there's just not a good football team and nothing impressive about them. So go be that veteran team, right? Go be that veteran team that the Lions should be. And that's what I'll say to the Chiefs as well. Go be that veteran team. Go be that team that says, you know what, enough is enough. We've been here before. We know how to win, and go win. And don't let a little thing affect you at the beginning of the game, because that does. It's always been that way with this team. When they lose, you look back, they get flustered early, and then they just get out of their game plan.
You got to find 3 more losses for Philadelphia, because Philadelphia has 2 losses, and they just beat Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So even if they both had 4 losses, Detroit would have that tiebreaker. So you got to find 3 losses for the Eagles the rest of the season. That's the tough part about that.
Philly's losing this week against Dallas.
At Dallas. Okay, there's one.
Let's look at their schedule.
They host the Bears after that.
They probably win that game. They play at the Chargers. They probably win that game. They lose one of the final 3 against the Commanders.
Nope.
And, they play the Commanders twice in 3 weeks. Yeah. And then they play at Buffalo on December 28th at 3:25. Buffalo's winning that game. That could be a shootout. I mean, every game Buffalo plays is basically. I mean, this game against Tampa Bay was headed that direction, and Josh Allen took over in his own galaxy.
I wish we had 2 games left against the Commanders.
Yeah, seriously. Marcus Mariota twice would be awesome.
I wish the Royals could play the White Sox, like Denny Matthews said, 80 times a season.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I trust. Is it weird to say that I trust Detroit more than I trust Philadelphia, just because of I think the stability is there more so in Detroit than it is in Philadelphia.
You trust the quarterback?
Yeah.
I trust the QB. I trust the coach.
100%.
I trust the GM obviously more in Philadelphia, but that doesn't have anything to do with the regular season. Going down the stretch, it's your players, it's your your management. But that's why that take is there.
And why don't you trust the Chiefs when we have the best head coach quarterback combo in the NFL?
Because right now that head coach quarterback combination is failing.
Good point.
I don't know if Detroit's is failing. They've been severely injured on defense, which is one of the reasons why they got smoked by the Chiefs. They still lost. Give the Chiefs credit. That offense was still on the field. But Detroit just, when the season prolongs, the advantage that Detroit has in a stud wide receiver in St. Brown, a massive deep threat that is now awakened in Jamison Williams. I mean, he has been electric the last 2 weeks. And then you have Gibbs and Montgomery. And when you have a running game later on in the season and you play a lot of your games indoors, and then you take that game outdoors and you get to run the ball, I just like Detroit. I think they're a really, really good, fundamentally sound team. They also don't have the pressure Kansas City has.
Clear identity, too. Talked about identity all week. The Lions know who they are more than maybe any other team in the league.
You know, would you be surprised if the Chiefs ran the ball 30 times and threw it 15
Yes.
this week?
If they do, you might have to get your ass here on Monday morning.
Seriously.
I'll be on a plane at 6 a.m., so that ain't happening.
Where are you going?
New Jersey.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. You do it every other year? Or just
We do it usually every year, but sometimes things happen during that year
Sure,
where we're just
yeah.
like the last year we went to Italy, so we're just like, we'll scrap Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
All right, family, I'm going to go to Italy.
No, we went
Sounds
all
good.
together with the.
I didn't know the whole family went. Somebody says, well, the Chiefs are kind of in the same boat because they play the Raiders and the Titans still.
Well, yeah, go get them. Go
That's
get
fair.
those wins. But those games aren't going to matter if you poop the bed this weekend against the Colts.
No, they got to win this week. They've got to win this week. I believe they could make the playoffs with 2 losses, but then you're counting on everyone else, and you probably won't. I think they will make the playoffs if they win out or only have 1 loss.
I don't want to have that one loss, though.
I
You
agree.
see where I'm saying, Mac? Like, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I'd have to look more at it,
Yeah.
but I don't want to deal with that.
No, I don't
Just
either.
go take care of business, man. Enough's enough.
And that loss can't be this Sunday.
I do have a question because one thing that we do get discredited for is some people will say, because you've done this your whole life, how much do the Chiefs pay you? How much do the Royals pay you?
I've never gotten 1 cent from either of those
But you
organizations.
get that question all the time,
Yeah,
right?
of course,
And
yeah.
Mac, welcome to Kansas City. It'll start happening for you because you'll only go up in this organization. The thing about this is that I'm speaking as real as I possibly can. And I think that's something that should be valued in sports radio because, yes, I can sit there. Like, I would assume that Nick Wright, who's the biggest homer for the Kansas City Chiefs in the national media because of where he comes from, took a lot for him to say that Bo Nix was better than Patrick Mahomes on Sunday, especially when he said he'd shave his head, that the Chiefs weren't losing this game and all this sort of stuff. And then to see his reaction. And then I'm kind of in the same, he still is a believer, obviously. He's going to ride that ship till it goes, kind of like you guys as well. But I'm just in the belief that I'm seeing so much indifference in this type of team. I'm not discrediting what this organization has been. I'm not being ungrateful for what they've given us. I just think when we look at this season, this just seems so much different than any season we've ever seen in the Mahomes and Andy Reid era that it gives me cause of concerns. And it is a weekly shift, right? Like you guys have both said, because I can be on the same page, can I not? That you said if they lose this game to Indianapolis, then it is over, right?
Yeah, I do believe that. Yeah, I do.
Would you believe that?
Now it depends on what else happens.
Statistically not over.
Right.
As of today, they have a 57% chance to make the playoffs. And I think that if you look at this team, do I believe that they can turn it around? You better believe I believe that. I do not disbelieve in what they have and what they have shown. There's none of that in there. But what I've seen from this season right now, this team does not tell me that they are a playoff team. And that's why I think that loss against Denver was kind of like the proof in the pudding that this is not a playoff team. Now, again, it's week 12. That can change. They go out and beat Indianapolis because the Chiefs are, like Binkley said, they're really good on the road, or they're really good at home. They're really bad on the road. Indianapolis has 2 losses. Want to guess where they came? On the road.
On the road.
So,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah. And Patrick Mahomes, like you said, is awesome at home, terrible on the road this year.
But what we're seeing right now with the product and what I think we all think is a miscommunication, and the guy that is the captain of the ship and the guy that is the first mate of the ship, they're not there. And this is why I'm saying before that, they've always, what we think, have been there. They're 0-5 in one-score games. They were 12-0 last year. They're the same team they were last year that they are this year. And
if not better weapons than they had last year. Better.
This team just reminds me of my Costa Vida order. There are tons of options there for you to have. You can get pico, sour cream, queso, guacamole, salsa, different variations of it, corn, tortilla strips, cilantro, everything. But you know, at the end of the day, less is more.
It is, yeah.
Less is more.
It's like those places with those big menus. You know, you're like, I got 85 things. Give me the 5 things you do.
You don't need to do it. You don't need to get the, you don't need to get the Bloody Mary that has 18 ingredients in it. Just give me the olives and the pickled green bean, and it's going to be just fine, and it's going to satisfy. Go back to less is more. Everybody's got to eat. Best player got to eat.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that best player that day is Tyquan Thornton, if it's Rashee Rice, if it's Xavier Worthy, whoever it is. The hell with the EGE. That's fun when you're
winning.
When you're 3-2 or 4-2, whatever you are. Right. But when you're 5-5, less is more. And yes, I don't care if Patrick Mahomes goes out there and is 18 for 23 for 145 yards, but if they do less with more, which is what they should be doing this year, then it will start to be that way, because you can go to Costa Vida and you can be indulged with all these ingredients and make it. But you know what? At the end of the day, you get the enchilada sauce, a little cilantro, and a little pico, and a side of sour cream. It's perfect.
And you had mentioned that if Patrick goes like 18 to 23 or whatever it is for 135 yards, you can live with that. My retort is this: he can't. And that's why you can't allow him to have the option of running or passing. That's why you, as the head coach, have to make sure that when you do want to run the football, you specifically do call that run, because you're not going to – Patrick Mahomes is never going to go 18 to 23 because that's not how he's wired. But that's where the head coach has to – because I'm with you. 18 to 23 for 135 yards and you run the S out of the ball and you win the game, that's great. But that's not pretty. That's not fun. That's not exciting. But you know what? We're not at the point of the year where it needs to be fun, pretty, and exciting. It just needs to be victories, however you want to scratch those out.
Because what you're doing somewhat in a microcosm is what you've done that's made Patrick Mahomes successful. Travis Kelce in the NFL right now is tight end 2. I mean, 36-year-old Travis Kelce, what we think is his last year, is still your best option. Just do it.
Yeah.
Because right now you can't think about furloughing the season and being like, you know what, load management, Travis Kelce.
No, we're done with that now.
That's out.
That's out.
You lost that capability of being 5-5.
Right.
Go with what makes you great. Go with less is more. You know what? I love the fact that we like to comp Rashee Rice to Deebo Samuel. Use Rashee Rice as Rashee Rice. Use Travis Kelce as 25-year-old Travis Kelce. Do that. Have that be available. And if you want to take a deep shot at Tyquan Thornton later in the game, then that's there. It's been proven there. But go with less is more.
Yeah.
Go with what you know is true. Don't try to get cute. Don't try to get gimmicky. Don't try to get to this point where it's like, well, I've got all these options. I want to make sure everybody. And I don't think that that's what he thinks about when he puts in his head. But yeah, last week when they played Denver, Travis Kelce had 13 targets, 9 receptions.
And was wide open most of the day.
91 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, he should have been featured more.
And if they're going to give you that, take it. If they're going to give you free chips with your burrito, just take it. You might not eat them, but you know what? They might come in handy when you think about it. Go to Travis. Let Rashee Rice be a wide receiver. Let him be that guy. And I understand that his skill set is immaculate, but that's fine if you were 7-3. You're 5-5.
You're 5-5. You're absolutely 5-5, and things do need to change from an offensive standpoint. It just can't all be about putting up the pretty numbers anymore. It has to be about grinding out wins.
No doubt. Mac, you agree with that? Less is more?
Yeah, less is more. I also think to emphasize the why on the Chiefs running the ball. Why do they want to do that? It is not to break off these massive runs or really have a lot of success. It is legitimately just to be what we've talked about today, is to keep the defense honest. If you get 3 yards, even 5, that would be awesome. But if you get 2 or 3 yards, that's okay. That next time you go into that play action, or maybe you try to do an RPO, now the defense is actually thinking, okay, maybe this is a run, maybe this is the
because they're not believing you're going to run the football,
No,
and that's what it's all
shouldn't.
about. Again, go back and watch that first play that Mitchell Schwartz had on X, formerly Twitter, and the linebackers immediately are in the pass coverage going to the other side of the field. They did not respect the run whatsoever, and you can't have that. That's the eye-opening part, is you get no respect. No respect. It's like Rodney Dangerfield right now running the football. I get no respect.
No respect.
Speaking of no respect, Bill Belichick is spotted at an adult co-ed cheerleading competition to watch Jordan.
What's wrong with that?
Got to root on your person, man.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. If you would have told Bill Belichick 5 years ago that in the next 5 years he'd be dating a 24-year-old and he'd be at adult co-ed cheerleading competitions in the crowd, there's no chance. This is like a Saturday Night Live skit. Remember the cheerleaders, Will Ferrell and what was her name on Saturday Night Live, right? Like, is this what it is?
That's awesome.
I mean, you're supposed to be like Bill Belichick when he was coaching the New England Patriots, didn't have time to like give his kid a birthday present, right? Everything was all about football, football, football. It's amazing the power that a young woman can have over an adult male. And seriously, it's unbelievable. She's 24 years old, and she's involved in adult co-ed cheerleading. And on a Tuesday night during the football season, Bill Belichick's ass is sitting there watching her cheerleading competition.
He's rocked up. He's thick.
I mean, yeah, support your lady, dude. Go out there and,
Yeah, adult cheerleading?
Hell yeah.
Yikes.
That's weird. That is just weird.
You think he went with a hoodie?
Yes, he did. You didn't see the picture?
No.
You didn't click on the link?
Cut off.
He's right there.
Oh, yeah. True to himself. Look at that man. I wonder if he knew the sequences. Coming up on the other side, National Blank Day plus weird places to find hair. I don't know what that means. We'll dive into it here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Trey Smith, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I will tell you what, my friends over at the Sheet Metal Workers Union are ready for you, and they have awesome jobs available right now. And you're probably thinking, well, what do the sheet metal workers do? Well, one of the cool things that they do that I think is awesome is the architectural sheet metal, and that means they're designing the buildings that you see in Kansas City right now. The top of Bartle Hall, all those cool sculptures they designed and put together. You see that Kaufman Performing Arts Center when you're driving towards downtown. All done by the sheet metal workers. And how about that crown at Kauffman Stadium? You love that crown. I know you do. And you know what? The sheet metal workers have designed that as well. That's just some of the stuff that the sheet metal workers do. And you know what? If you're looking for that perfect career, if you're graduating high school, maybe you're getting ready to graduate college, or you're just looking for a career change, the sheet metal workers #2 could be for you. They start at $24.55 an hour, increasing to $27.27 an hour after 3 months, and you get family health coverage at no cost to the employee at all. So if you're ready for that career change or something different, Smart Local 2 welcomes everyone from seasoned professionals to those with no experience. And they'll give you career training, job security, and a path to advancement, all while providing the tools and support you need to succeed. So check them out now at sheetmetal2.org. That's sheetmetal2.org.
Hey, Zach. Are you smiling at my gorgeous canyon view?
No, Donald. I'm smiling because I've got something I want to tell the whole world.
Well, do it. Shout it out.
T-Mobile's got home internet.
Whoa, I love that echo. T-Mobile's got home internet.
How much is it?
Look at that, Zach. We got the neighbors' attention.
Just $35 a month. And you love a great deal, Denise.
Plus, they've got a 5-year price guarantee. That's 5 whole trips around the sun.
I'm switching.
Me too.
Yes, T-Mobile home internet for the neighborhood.
Donald, you still haven't returned my weed whacker.
Carl, don't you embarrass me like this, please.
What's everyone yelling about?
T-Mobile's got home internet. And Donald's got my weed whacker.
Yes, T-Mobile's got home internet. Just $35 a month with auto pay and any voice line. And it's guaranteed for 5 years.
Beautiful yodeling, Carl.
Taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com/ISP for details and exclusions.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. Let me tell you about my friends over at GiveMeTheVin.com, because I'm sure you've got a car that you're trying to get rid of. Well, I can tell you how to do it easily with GiveMeTheVin.com, because they want to buy your car, whether it is your daily driver pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. So say goodbye to dealing with all those dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com and entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes. That is way above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll even come to you. It's as easy and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. Hit it, boys.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit biglou.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
Chiefs coverage brought to you by Andy's Frozen Custard. Visit eatandys.com to find the location nearest you. Top your day with a smile.
Let me tell you about my good friend Andy from Andy's Frozen Custard. He's from Kansas City, never misses a game, and serves the world's finest frozen custard. Tailgate with a pick six, or grab a freshly made custom treat before or after a game. And tell him Mitch and Andy sent you.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 southbound before Lamar. New trouble there with an accident. Delays building from before 18th Street Expressway. Missouri side, 29 southbound. Off again, on again, heavy from Armour into downtown. 169 highway southbound gets heavy before the bridge. Stays slow on to 35 southbound to 12th Street. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
All right, so I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't bring up what National Day it was, because that's Fescoe's favorite. It's National Men's Day. But before we do that, parking lot issues continue here at Odyssey. And Alex Gold is here because this is going to make Bob's entire week.
I mean, I'm so happy.
Had no clue you guys discussed this issue on Monday. I pull into the parking spot. And I'm like, let me park next to Bob. And we're all kind of parking a little bit to the right in our parking lot because we've got the tower and these birds keep,
Exactly. We explained this on yesterday.
All right.
The birds poop, and so we've all kind of backed our cars.
And so I'm like, I'll park next to Bob, whatever. I got the new F-150. Thank you, Sean Mission Ford. And so
such a smooth ride.
Yeah, it is such
a smooth ride.
This thing is so smooth. And so I was like, let me park next to Bob. I'm like, why does this feel so, like the parking spot so tight? What is going on? I'm like, oh, wait a second. There's a Mercedes over here that's in a third row. We don't have a third row, guys, in the parking lot. And so we do now. And so I guess this happened earlier in the week.
Happened on Monday, was it?
Yeah.
It
so
was
people
Monday.
are creating their own parking spots, yes.
It's Amy in sales, and she's been a terrible driver since the day I've known her. And her cousin Keith Klein, shout out Keith.
Yeah.
I was always over in my neighborhood with his 95-year-old mother taking her on walks. It's so sweet. I love it. And it's Amy's cousin, and he texted me yesterday. He goes, "Oh my God, I'm going to tell Amy about this," because I sent all the pictures of how bad this. I mean, here, Alex. This was Monday. How bad this was.
Let me send you
show
today.
Yours and Alex and show his.
No, I went out and took an aerial shot of Amy's car now. Yeah, she created a third row. After yesterday, having this discussion with her, she got called out by Allison in sales, who said, "Oh my God, you parking like ridiculous." And she says to me yesterday, she goes, Keith Klein texted me, her cousin, about what's wrong. She says, "What's wrong with my parking?" Keith Klein texted me. I sent her 6 pictures of how bad a parking job it was.
You had 6 photos.
Yeah, all different angles.
Of course,
I told you made his day.
Well, the funny thing is, so Mac is parked in this photo. Obviously, he's in a normal parking spot, the second row.
The second row, and she's created a third row.
I thought about really just causing a bigger problem and just parking the truck in front of Mac. Mac couldn't leave, which wouldn't have been my fault.
Right.
It would have been, and then we could have had a whole.
Well, Spectre
dispute.
thought about doing that the other day because I'm going to pull in front of you, and then we got to go back inside.
Because Spec took my role as the instigator today. You guys barred in here like the police. I thought we said something because we talked about edible underwear earlier. And you and Spec came in the door, and I'm like, what's going on? And then you did the story. I'm like, and then Bob just gets up and runs out.
Well, I mean, and we know Amy, like, wonderful lady, but then she texts me, she says, I was never a great driver or parker. I totaled my car when I was 16 on the way to take the SAT. I slid on ice and ended up on someone's front lawn. So this has been happening for the better part of 5 years now.
Which is weird. She drives a really nice car.
Yeah, it is. It is a very nice car.
She's got a great car. It's an SUV. It's a beautiful ride.
And I know our parking lines don't exist.
Yeah, they don't exist, but we you know where you're going to park.
Well, we also know there's not a third row.
Right, exactly. Right, there's not a third row. But again, as I said yesterday, it's Pavlov's dog. You just pull in because she's always behind me. Either you're behind me or she's
We should just make a long line. I should park in front of Max. Someone park in front of me. Just block the entire row. And so find out how she's going to leave today.
Yeah, how she's going to get out. But I'm sure it's already made its way down to sales.
Three of our other sales staff.
So others have seen this.
Were walking in with me at the same time, and they were all getting a kick out of it. Yes.
Well, I mean, because look, she's a terrible driver. I'm just going to say it. I mean, it's awful. It's now 2 of the 3 days this week that she has just formed her own parking spot out there, and it's not like we didn't call it out. Nobody said anything. Okay, you made a mistake one day. Oh, maybe you made it again. You were legitimately called out on 96.5 The Fan. Your cousin knows you parked wrong. He's sending you pictures. The entire sales staff knows you've done this, and are blocking everybody in. And then a day later, you just go, I'm going to form a third row again.
Oh, yeah. It's just funny because I had no clue. So there you go, guys. Good to see you.
Hey, real quickly, because it's National Men's Day.
Is it? Okay.
What's one of the most random things you do as a guy?
Random things as a guy?
Scratch yourself? No, that's every baseball player.
I got to think about that. Random. I don't know if I have a clear answer. I think like normal guy stuff we all do. I don't know if there's a unique one.
Eat in your car?
Oh well, yeah. I definitely not now,
but I don't know.
That was something I would do because my dog would drive me crazy, and she still does when I eat, like in the apartment and everything. But
so you eat your dinner in the car because
I not now because I'm
because of the dog, really?
Well, because it was not worth the hassle. Like someone would be like, train your dog better. And she's 12, okay? This is what the dog is.
It is what it is. Yeah. Somebody said that to me yesterday too about mine. I'm like, I can't walk. Try this, try that. I'm like, I've tried all that. It's not working.
Yeah. No, obviously, if I grill something at home, I'm not going. I'm not taking a plate of.
I thought you were doing that.
I'm not taking a plate of food to the car. That's crazy.
Eccentric and strange.
No. I'm saying if I go to Chipotle or something,
right?
If I go to Chipotle, I'll just eat the rice bowl in the car and be done with it. I can eat more peacefully. The dog's not bugging me, and we're done. I'm not making
Why not
food
just
at
stay
home.
at Chipotle and eat it then?
Because I'm way more comfortable. I can have music on. I'm comfortable and in the car. Okay. Yeah, that's what I would do. I haven't done that in a while. I don't do that anymore. But thank you guys.
Absolutely.
He's out. I'm done with this conversation.
I just got in. I got food. I'm trying to eat, Bob.
What's the best Monopoly piece?
Boardwalk.
Well, like a game piece.
Oh, the car. Okay. A little car. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. You can go play in your show because your guy's back.
Thank you. Yes, he is back from hernia surgery. The text line and everybody was roasting him, so that'll be fun today.
We're roasting Cody?
Yeah, like Bink called him soft. Dane and Hughes called him soft.
The man had surgery. Everybody else can go kick rocks.
I know, but this will be funny today because Cody hasn't heard the audio, so we'll see.
I asked him if he could keep
the abdominal surgery.
I mean, like I respect Dane and he's tough. He played football, but this guy just had surgery, bro.
Abdominal surgery.
Binkley was making fun of him?
Yeah. Yeah.
That guy's an idiot, man.
Make sure you guys got the computers good for him today.
Oh, yeah.
He went all into that earlier.
Hey, there's a problem with the docks, Bob. It wasn't computers, it docks. What's one of the most random things you guys do as a guy?
I don't know.
Is there anything else?
I don't think so. I think...
I don't know.
I will say this. I am OCD as F.
But that's not a guy thing because my sister's that way.
No, I'm saying if I can keep going, I get the leaf blower out constantly and clear the path in the driveway and the patio. I did it last night, and I saw some guy sitting in his chair hitting a dart. He lives across the street from me. I haven't introduced myself, but I want to because I feel like he's alone. And I was listening to some 90s country, and I was just slamming some brews.
Oh, he would love to join.
And I want to, and he just hits darts. And I want to be like, dude, you can come over here if you want and just kick it. And I got out there last night, and I was just like blowing all the leaves off my patio because I refuse to do the leaves yet because there's still so many that need to fall. I don't want to do it 5 times. So I'm doing it. He just scratches his head, laughing. He just gives me the wave. I'm like, sorry, dude. I can't have the leaves. It's a guy thing. I don't know if it is or not, but like I don't want to walk on the crunch. I don't want the leaves to come into the house. So I just out there, just can in hand, leaf blower the other one.
That's an old guy thing. Yeah, that's like retirement age type stuff.
Better believe it.
You know, I do the lawn because we had the new grass put down. I talked to Jake from Aspen the other day, and he goes, "I just want to apologize to you." I said, "For what?" He goes, "For all those damn trees you got in your backyard." I go, "Yeah, it's bad, dude. I've done the leaves now 5 times. I went out there again yesterday and just kind of blew them off the grass around the kind of the perimeter against the fence, and I got to go out there again and get rid of these things. But it's 5 times in a week.
That's insane. Micah in Denver said spit.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that as well.
Yeah. But that's not weird either. That's guys just kind of spit.
Somebody says on the text line we should buy some spray paint and just claim our own spots. Well, I have my spot, and then Ginny from 106.5 The Wolf took my spot.
Yep.
Well, she's new. She doesn't know that.
And she's kind. I don't want to be mean, but I just want to be like, I always park here. Now all of a sudden you're parking. Because it's like,
does everybody do that though? They park in the same spot at work, regardless of where they are.
Most of the time,
right?
Well, at least for us, there are 5 cars here every morning.
But that's what I'm saying. Like for every other job,
I know where Sterling's van is.
Yep.
I know where Mac's car is. Yep. I know where your car is. Mac parks here. You park here. Then I park here. Not anymore.
That guy parks over there on the other side.
So now, being the ass that I am, I just park randomly throughout the parking lot.
But do normal offices, everybody parks in the same spot normally every day, or is it just a free-for-all? Like some places obviously have reserved spots for the C-suiters and whatnot, but like every other place,
everywhere I've worked, I've always parked in the same spot.
But you weren't assigned that. You just did because it became habit.
That's what
right?
it was.
Right.
Exactly.
And so Amy's habit is forming a third row.
Somebody says something. Yeah, pretty much. Claim steak. Somebody from the 660 says, random thing that I do as a guy is smell my hand after touching, to see if I need to shower or not.
Just shower, dude. If you think you need to shower, you don't need to smell your Fermunda.
You're giving yourself the flyby?
BBL, stinky. Just take a shower.
That's great.
Man, that's hilarious. Oh, I will say I comb my beard every night.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll just go there and like go through it. It just feels good.
Yeah,
like,
if I had one,
almost purr.
Might
like I'm sure when you have your longer hair, you'll comb it out at night before you go to bed. Feels great.
Yeah,
I've got thick curly hair, and I'll just comb it all the way down, then go through my beard. And I'm like, we're ready for bed.
Yeah, you're gonna grow it out a little more.
The beard?
Yeah.
No, it stays here. 4-inch or whatever it is.
Could it get more?
It could, yeah.
I just want to see it.
You just want to see giant red face?
Yes.
I don't know about that's a good look for me. It's already struggling over here. But yeah.
Struggling.
Can't believe that guy said that and admitted it. Gives himself a flyby. It's gross.
The real Jessica says she does the same thing as you, Dusty, with the leaf blower. So you and Jessica.
Praise be, Jessica. Praise be. Just can't see it. I just don't like it. God, leaves suck, dude. Don't they?
It's the worst. It's one of the worst things of home ownership.
Are they the most beautiful thing that turned into the most hatred thing?
Well, some would say their wife, but
I kid. Oh my god!
I kid. What the hell was that? Yeah. Y'all laugh though, right?
Yeah, it was funny.
Exactly.
Oh man,
I'm offended by that. Put your go offended pants in the closet.
What
man.
is this a guy thing? When it's dark outside on your patio, you just go hang brain in the corner of the yard.
Man, it doesn't have to be nighttime for me.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Just mid-daylight. Hey, Mac, how you doing?
What's up?
You lost?
Apparently.
Like the guy yesterday in front of are you lost? Yes, I am. Oh, my God. Can I help you find yourself?
We get back to the poll question, and we get back to being the thorn in the side of the Colts. We'll explain. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty. Tune in to hear from ESPN's Nate Taylor every Thursday at 8:20, right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at QC Kinetics are saying, hey, you need to call us right now because we know you got a rake, right? And if you're putting off the raking and the yard work because your joints hurt you, well, you're probably going to be putting it off for a long time. But if you go see my friends over at QC Kinetics, relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. It could come from you because QC Kinetics taps into your own body's regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair that damaged tissue, reducing inflammation and relieving the pain at its source. And it's powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. No surgery, no pain pills, and no long recovery, just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Don't just mask the pain, let QC Kinetics regain what pain took away. And for Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back. Vets will get $500 off their treatment, and every non-vet who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. So get your appointment scheduled now. They're available on Saturday. Call QC Kinetics today. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off of 435 in State Line and in Gladstone, it's QC Kinetics.
This holiday season, give your family, clients, and coworkers the gift of Booth Creek Wagyu beef. Booth Creek Wagyu gift boxes provide the world's best steaks, burgers, hot dogs, jerky, sausages, and seasonings that are changing the way America eats beef. Choose from mouth-watering options like the classic sirloin box for less than $100, or go big with the amazing Grill Masters Reserve box. Order yours today at boothcreekwagyu.com or visit one of their 2 convenient locations at 95th and Knoll or 135th Street in Metcalf.
Step into a world where substance meets style. Newton James, Kansas City's newest classic menswear and accessories boutique. They redefine what menswear should be with pieces from designers like Ralph Lauren, Sid Mashburn, Grayson, and more. They'll have you covered from the boardroom to the golf course. At Newton James, they believe someone has to be the best-dressed man in the room. It might as well be you. Located in downtown Overland Park or newtonjames.com. Elevate your wardrobe. Elevate your presence only at Newton James.
Listen to the Chiefs versus the Colts this Sunday on 96.5 The Fan. Sponsored by Kansas Lottery. Download the Kansas Lottery Play-On app to play anytime, anywhere in Kansas.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you'd done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X and Low T Center for their TRT needs. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The test is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. So get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Chiefs coverage brought to you by Metal by the Foot, your metal project superstore.
Who is the area's only dealer for Fronius professional welding equipment? Metal by the Foot, located in KC and Topeka. Online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
169 highway southbound, heavy by the airport, moves better across the bridge and into downtown. Kansas side 70 eastbound, heavy past 670 towards the bridge. 35 southbound, slow approaching 18th Street Expressway with an accident before Lamar. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Be sure to follow us on Instagram at TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes videos like MVP Monday, Chiefs Take Tuesday, and Best Bets. This is your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ, FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Mac, did you see yesterday? I think you did because I sent you a text. 22 years ago yesterday, Blink-182 came out with their album Untitled. It just made me shocked to know that you were 5 when that album came out, and yet you're still a diehard Blink. So praise be to you, Mac Morey.
Lucky, man. Lucky I had some older brothers show me what good music was.
Was it Asher that kind of introduced you to him? I figured. He's a good one. He gets it.
A lot of people calling for Tom Brady to help Bill Belichick out of this situation of being at an adult cheerleading competition last night with Jordan.
He's just supporting his leg. Just supporting his leg.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
So that goes to the sounder of our Wednesday poll question. Very simplistic question today. It is on the Fescoe and Dusty Wednesday poll question. Are the Chiefs making the playoffs, yes or no? 56.7% say yes.
Going up.
And their
Barely.
playoff odds right now are 57%. So
That's about right. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 57% high. Because we're used to 99% every year, right? So is a 50, like when we got on Stephen A. Smith for being like, they got a 40% chance of making it to the playoffs, like, or win the Super Bowl, like that's a great chance to win, right? Because the highest number right now is like a 22% chance to win. So is a 57% chance a high percentage chance to make the playoff? I don't know the answer to that question. I've never cared before.
I think you have to look at the circumstances of like standings. So 57% being a 5-5 team, being the 8th seed currently or the 9th seed in the playoffs. I would say that's substantially high.
9th seed, yeah.
Yeah, 9th seed. You're below Houston and Baltimore. Is that correct?
Below Houston right now.
Below Houston.
Yeah.
And I think that is there because I think if you look at Denver, you'd be like, well, Denver has an 85% chance. Well, yeah, they're 9-2.
Yeah.
Like
they only have an 85% chance.
I don't know what it is. I think it's probably higher than that. But you would look at the number and be like, oh, okay, Denver has a 90% chance to make the playoffs. You're like, okay, well, yeah, that's whatever. And then you look at the Chiefs and you're like, well, they have a 57% chance. You're like, well, that's substantially lower. That's almost 40% lower
There's
than
like
the
8 teams in between them and Denver. Yeah.
And then you look at it and you're like, well, the Chiefs are 5-5. Like, I would be interested to go look at what I'm trying to think of like a team that would be comparable in the NFC. Go look at like what the Carolina Panthers percentage odds are to make the playoffs. They're 6-5, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I bet it's around the same percentage. Now, again, you also go to a different division where teams are better in the NFC than they are in the AFC.
Right.
And, but I mean, I think that 57% chance also goes into like their schedule. Tennessee's on that schedule. Houston's on that schedule. The Chargers are on that schedule again.
Yeah.
Denver's on that schedule as well. So I think I don't mind it. I mean, 57%.
I think it's pretty good. Yeah.
It's
I'd
not
take
below
that.
50, so that's also a positive.
Yeah.
But I think that you can change that drastically.
That's all up to the head coach and the quarterback to figure this thing out, right?
And you can pay some revenge because we all know the Colts are not a team that the Chiefs handle well. In fact, you look at the Colts lead the Chiefs all time at 18-10 in their records. Now, a lot of that was the Peyton Manning years but there's some years there that aren't Peyton Manning involved, right? And 4-1 against the Chiefs in the playoffs. The last time they played was in 2022, and the Colts won 20-17. Bob reminded you earlier, that's the game. At the end of the game, Matt Ryan's throwing the ball, and Chris Jones says something, personal foul. Colts get the ball and continue. They go down, kick a field goal, win the game. 96, Colts beat the Chiefs 10-7. We remember that game, right?
Oh, yeah.
2004, Colts beat the Chiefs 38-31. That's the no punt game. 2007, the Colts won 23-8. That's the year the Chiefs limped into the playoffs.
Now, that was they going into the last week of the season, 6 different things had to happen for the Chiefs to make the playoffs, and it all happened.
And I think it all ended with San Francisco making a field goal against Denver in the final game of the day.
I think that's something of what it was.
And Denver lost, and the Chiefs limped in, and they would get just blown out by the Colts in 2007.
Right.
They would then lose to the Colts again in 2014, 45-44.
And, of course, we all know that's the game Henry didn't watch.
And that's the game that Andrew Luck, the butt fumble, recovered it, got in. The Chiefs were up big.
Up
Donnie
28.
Avery was finally available, I think is who it was. They finally figured out they could use him. Looked good. Temperature outside in Kansas City was abysmal. It was like sleeting rain. It sucked. And then 2019, Mahomes is now the starting quarterback. Andrew Luck, he loses in that divisional round 31-13. I believe it was the first year the Chiefs had won a home playoff game in 30 years or something like that.
No, it was. Yeah.
And for years and years and years, the Colts had, at least not maybe 2004 and 2007, but for years, the Colts were always that team that just disrupted the season for the Chiefs. It was always the effing Colts. And now the Colts have a chance to be the 1 seed. They're coming to Arrowhead. It's a noon game, and the Chiefs are that 5-5 team that a lot of people are saying, I don't know about this team anymore. Dusty Likens, I don't think this team's a playoff team. The Colts, 8-2, surprising many, right? Now it's time for the Chiefs to be that thorn, and I think the heaviest thorn on the branch can be Steve Spagnuolo doing something to get Jonathan Taylor out of his game and really making Daniel Jones beat you. Because then, if you do lose to the Colts and Daniel Jones is the culprit that beat you, then you all can join me on the side to say this is not a playoff team. Because then, in back-to-back weeks, Patrick Mahomes will be outplayed by Bo Nix and Daniel Jones.
And the week before that, outplayed by, Josh Allen as well,
Which is
right?
fine.
Which
Josh
is fine.
Allen
You
was
can get
in-
outplayed by Josh Allen, yeah.
You always do in the regular season.
Yeah, which is fine.
I think it's time for the Chiefs to, let's flip the role a little bit. Let's go upset this team, the Colts, who always seems to upset the Chiefs. Now, again, I'm not counting the Peyton Manning 04 in the 07 year. But again, I know 14 was a tough year. 45-14, still a close game in the wild card game. But again, like
you were up 28 points in that game,
right? And again, you were always this, and that wasn't Mahomes. That wasn't
no,
Peyton
it was
either.
Alex. It was Alex versus Luck.
Yeah, it's the butt fumble. And I think that this is that game where it's like, okay, here's 8-2. The Chiefs play better at home. The Colts have lost 2 games this year. Both games are on the road. Spags, you're my guy this week.
Yeah, well, and you know, we've given Spags a lot of credit over the years, right? In Spags we trust, and Spags we trust. He's become just as predictable as the offense has. I mean, Chris Jones legitimately said that. That's not Bob Fescoe saying that, right? That's Chris Jones saying it. Derek Johnson said it, right? We know that those are 2 big voices that are using the word predictability when they talk about Steve Spagnuolo. And it's one thing to be predictable when it's working and you're getting after the guy. But you know what? Right now, Chris Jones isn't getting after the guys like we need to. He did last week. Great game by Chris Jones. Continue that. Be playoff Chris again. But you've had an opportunity, you know, for these last couple of weeks to kind of put yourself out there and show everybody what you got. And everybody's coming back and going, this team's predictable. This team's predictable. They know when you give up a big play, you're coming back with a blitz on the next play. They can beat that now. They know, you know, you're going to go cover 0 to start a game. Like everybody knows what you're going to do from a defensive standpoint. When Bo Nix is calling that kind of stuff out, that's where you need to change. Again, it's reminiscent to me of that Tennessee game, you know, where they were predictable on special teams and they changed it up. They didn't lose again. They went on to win the Super Bowl that year, right? That's kind of the same type of, you know, route that we need to take now. You have been called predictable basically since the end of the Buffalo game. That's how many weeks ago now? That's week 9. This is week 12. So for 3 weeks now, we've been hearing about the predictability from the Buffalo defensive back. We heard it from Chris Jones. We've heard it from Derek Johnson. That's not just people making things up, having a hot take and bloviating on the radio. Those are folks that play this game that are saying all the same thing. Hey, we know what's coming. And then the Denver Broncos, with no respect for the run whatsoever on offense, we know what's coming. Now, this is up to Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo to not be that predictable group that they have become and to change things up. And if they do that, and they can do that, they can go out there and make themselves a nice little run. But if Steve Spagnuolo is going to step it up, you can't continue to do the same stuff that you do where people are sitting there calling you out for it on the field.
So this is super off topic because it's breaking news of the NFL. Do you know the Chiefs' schedule next year? Do they play the NFC South? Or did they play the NFC South last year? And I can't remember.
They played the NFC South last year.
So they don't play them next year because the New Orleans Saints are
NFC.
Yeah, the New Orleans Saints are expected to play a game in Paris as early as 2026 regular season.
Cool.
Per their team president, Dennis Lauscha, I think is how you say his name, the NFL and state officials in Paris are working to finalize a deal to bring the Saints to Paris, which announcement likely in the coming weeks.
That's cool. That's a good team for Paris,
that
too.
shot,
The French
the Eiffel
influence.
Tower.
Yeah.
The Eiffel
I didn't
Tower.
even think about that. Yeah, the shots of the city. That's
That'll
a
be
cool
sick.
one. Yeah. That'll be a lot of fun.
52% chance to make the playoffs right now for the Chiefs if they win this game. 63.
See, I saw 57% on the Athletic or the New York Times, whoever owns that outfit.
Yeah,
now.
everyone will have
It's
yes.
a little bit different. Yeah.
There was a I don't know, a no-name site that said the Chiefs have a 70% chance to miss the playoffs. So, like, that depends on what the calculations you're going to have. But I think 50 to 60 in that sort of range to make it is probably pretty accurate. And I would say, when you talk about pressure on Spags and Andy Reid, because I'm with you guys, but obviously those are the people who have to answer the bell. Last week, I said Spags had the most pressure. This week, I will say Andy Reid, because this is a matchup that I think the offense dictates what the defense is able to do. If Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are able to score, that means Daniel Jones has to pass the ball more. And that's what the defense wants. They want the pressure on him. If the pressure's on number 28 for the Colts, then yeah, it's over.
Yep. Coming back on the other side, shots fired everywhere from our text line to Pablo Torre and Jordan Hudson, all next on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Trent McDuffie, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, the holiday travel season is here, and you need to get to Park and Go when you're flying out of town, because they're going to make sure you get to your flight on time and back with no problems at all. I was talking to my friend Jim yesterday. We had lunch, and he just got back from a trip, and he says, yeah, Park and Go was awesome. We were gone for 17 days. And he goes, when we got back, the car didn't start. I go, oh, no, what did you do? He goes, I just went over to the Park and Go booth, and they jumped my car, and we were right on our way out of that parking lot. He goes, yeah, we left our tailgate open a little bit. The dome light stayed on the entire time. We thought we had it closed. But not only does Park and Go get you to and from the airport terminal on time, they take care of you if you have car trouble as well. That's why they are the best. All covered parking, and I've always talked about that customer service, and there it is coming into play yet again. All covered parking, great customer service, and you get to and from the airport terminal in no time at all. And make sure you prepay when you make your reservation at bookparkandgo.com or on their app, and you're going to save money. And do what we did. Join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Men, you need to look great for holiday events. Let Peter's Clothiers give you the perfect fit you're looking for. From sportswear to suits and sports coats and sizes to fit every man. PetersClothiers.com or stop in today at 124th and State Line.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
It's the season to come together over your holiday favorites at Starbucks. Warm up with a creamy caramel brulee latte. Get festive with an iced gingerbread chai, or share a velvety peppermint mocha. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's the season to come together over your holiday favorites at Starbucks. Warm up with a creamy caramel brulee latte. Get festive with an iced gingerbread chai, or share a velvety peppermint mocha. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like Dark Mode 2. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Today, expect partly sunny skies with a high of 58.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Diving back into it here on 96.5 The Fan. Mac Morey with you, Bob Fescoe and Dusty Likens all in the house today on a wonderful Wednesday. Well, maybe not wonderful Wednesday, but it's Wednesday, baby. Hump day.
Hump day.
That's right, baby. Gotta love it. Gotta love Wednesdays. I really kind of do love Wednesdays.
I wish it was a little bit better weather-wise out there today, like yesterday with the sun shining, and it was a beautiful day.
It was.
Now you look outside, it's great.
I went and played golf after the show.
How'd that go? Did you play well? Was that your last round of the year?
I think I'm going to try to play Saturday morning.
Okay,
there
good.
you go.
You should.
Nice,
All right.
yeah.
So we got an update. Amy has moved her car out of the parking lot, out of the third row. Right
here with Spec.
So this is unbelievable. So Spec came in as we're telling everybody 2 times this week now. Amy from sales has created her own row of parking, and in fact, just changing the entire dynamic of the lot. And so there's 2 rows space, and then another 2 rows. She continues to park in this space to form this third row of parking. It's 2 days now of the 3 this week. We called her out on Monday, called her out on the radio on Tuesday, and on Wednesday she's still parked in the spot that's not a spot. And so Steve Inspector, our boss, and Alex Gold came in about 45 minutes ago. Unbelievable, she's parked again. So we had Alex come on. We talked about it. As we were doing that, Steven was down in the sales meeting, and they were showing the video live on YouTube to the sales meeting while we were talking about it. And so he said Amy had some fun with it, and she left and went outside. Now, the thing is, and I will say this again, how people just do, whatever. Angela down in sales, she formed the third row as well because she saw Amy parked there, and so she parked there as well. You can't follow Amy when it comes to driving. I mean, like, if you're going to go to Amy for anything else in life, it's perfect. When it comes to driving, Amy's not that's not the person you go to.
He played it live.
Live in the sales department for them to see it. And so now Amy went out there. The car has been moved. I hope Angela moved her car as well.
Oh, everybody's just getting hit up. So speaking of getting hit up, we'll get back into the Mahomes text we got earlier yesterday. But Pablo Torre finds out. That's the name of Pablo Torre's podcast, and we're not going to play anything from it, but it does go to note that Pablo Torre finds out has been named one of the best shows and best episodes of 2025 by Apple Podcasts. There is a quote tweet that says, "You're welcome." That came from Jordan Hudson.
That's good. She's smart to say you're welcome. Yeah, I like that.
He then came back and said, "Hi, Jordan," tagged her Twitter handle. "Your invitation to be a guest stands. I think our audience would love it. You will never be banned by Pablo Torre finds out. Thanks, Pablo." She's not going to do it.
No.
She should. Right? Like, she sent the shot, so then you got to stand by it.
Bill Clinton went on Arsenio Hall and won the election in 1992. Right? Joe Rogan brings people on. You got to do things that you may not want to do and may not think is traditional, but it's good for you. Jordan Hudson should go on. And if I was her, I'd debate the hell out of Pablo Torre. You got nothing to lose, man. Go on there. Do it. Debate him. Have fun with it.
He's going to chew her up and spit her
Well,
out.
you don't know that, though. I don't know how feisty she seems like a fighter, man. She's up there defending Bill Belichick, and she doesn't care.
Yeah, but she sounds stupid when she's doing it.
Well, I didn't say anything about that. Yeah. I'm talking about from an entertainment standpoint.
Oh, well, of course.
I mean, I don't think she would go in there and have a conversation and a calm conversation. I think she would go in with her dukes up, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. She should go up with her dukes up, but I don't think they'll ever come down. And I think it'll be just her yelling at him and be very entertaining. I think it would be very entertaining. Hopefully you could get something out of it, but I don't know that you're going to get much out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like one of those deals where it's like, I mean, I don't think I know Pablo doesn't need her to be on his podcast.
God, no.
But, like, it would be one of those, like, handshakes hands. Because if she does act the way that Bob thinks she does, Pablo wins. If she comes on his show, Pablo wins. Pablo does not lose in this situation.
No,
yeah, there's really
no. And she can win.
She can win if she can go on there and discuss everything and just be open about it. And that's her decision, not mine. Whatever she wants to do, she can do. The only way she loses is if she goes on there and acts like an ass.
Right.
But if she goes on there and she's like, so here's why I said this, here's why I do this, here's what our relationship is, it's our business, not yours. And Pablo's like, I respect that, and they would go back and forth and do that. This, from another podcast, came from New Heights. This is Travis Kelce. I don't know if you guys have seen this or not, but I'm going to read it to you. Quote, bunch of flags all over the place. Whether it was procedural or penalties, which is the effing most frustrating thing ever, or holding penalties, which some I'm here for. Others, I'm like, what are we even doing? It's frustrating because we've gotten to the point where we are 5-5. It's even more frustrating knowing the kind of guys that we have, the talent that we have, knowing the type of coaches that we have. Everybody's just kind of got to look themselves in the mirror. That comes from the New Heights podcast with he and brother Jason Kelsey.
I don't disagree with a damn thing he said. They are frustrating. The procedure penalties are frustrating.
So they're still pissed at Juwan Taylor.
Yeah, they are, and it can't happen. And
that's what I read out of that.
Yeah, that's what I read when you were reading it. I was immediately thinking of Juwan and all of that. And again, when he plays, he's a good football player. He really is. But he reverted back to the old ways of costing you. And who was it that said this morning that procedural penalty by Juwan Taylor wiped out a run that would have put him down to the 2-yard line, and then the next two plays or whatever, Patrick Mahomes throws the interception? Now, the holding penalty does not give you an excuse to throw the interception. That is still 1,000,000% on Patrick Mahomes. He can't throw that. It's a stupid pass. They keep showing it. It's one of the worst passes I've seen. It looks like a Tyler Shuck pass is what that really looks like.
Because what would have been hilarious is, who was in the end zone waiting for it? Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah. But running back, you had more chance to catch that ball than Elijah Mitchell did. I mean, it was a terrible pass by Patrick Mahomes. Awful throw. Just an ignorant pass by Patrick.
It was a pressing throw.
It was a terrible, and you didn't need to be pressing at that point in time, right? And so it was an ignorant throw. It was a bad throw. It was a lazy throw. It was a dumb throw. All that being said, that throw doesn't happen if Juwan Taylor lines up off sides. But that throw, you see what I'm saying here? Just because Juwan lined up off sides doesn't give you the opportunity to make bad plays. You still got to go out there and do what's best for the team, and that's take points. That was a field goal game all game long. A field goal was very important in that situation. And they tell you all the time, protect the football. Don't turn it over. Get points on the board. Take the points. And they had an opportunity to take points, and Patrick Mahomes is doing whatever the hell that was on that play. But the procedural penalties, yeah, they do have to stop. And now you are 5-5. And you know what? Maybe you start more. And that's what I think Andy Reid that's what Andy Reid needs to start doing. And
said that in week 3.
But now it's time.
No, I did say that in week 3. You guys were the Juwan Taylor apologists.
Look, I still think Juwan's a good football player. But you have to do what some of these other teams are doing. Look what Mike Kafka did with Abdul Carter. The guy's been sleeping through meetings all year long. Finally, they switched the coaches. And Mike Kafka has some discipline and says, you're not playing the first series. Or what they did in Dallas the other night with their wide receivers not playing. You need to make a spectacle now out of Juwan Taylor. And say, you're not starting, Juwan. We can't do this anymore. Less is more. Yeah. And so start Jalen Moore. And sorry, Juwan, you're going to stand here on the sideline. We've tried. You continue to do this. You continue to have a guy on a Wednesday morning on a podcast still pissed off at you. You're out. And those are the things that you need to do as a leader to remove people that are having a mental impact on everybody else from that situation. At 5-2, and we'll figure it out. At 5-5, ain't no more figuring it out. And so if Juwan Taylor is having this mental impact on everybody on the team, he needs to be out of the lineup, and you need to send a message that we're not going to stand for that. That's discipline. Disciplined teams do not commit those type of penalties or double-digit penalties or turn the ball over. Right now, this team and the way that they are discipline-wise, they look like a team that's never had success. They look like the Jets from a discipline standpoint. And Andy Reid is not Aaron Glenn, but his teams are playing like an Aaron Glenn coach team right now.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where Juwan Taylor got rid of the best case scenario on that drive. Best case scenario was a touchdown. Now, obviously, Mahomes got rid of the floor, which was the field goal. That was obviously on him. But we all trust or at some level believe that he can, whether he will, we'll see, he can change that. We've seen Mahomes do that. And then, all right, revert back, become a little bit more conservative, become safe. Juwan Taylor, we have not seen change for a long period of time. We've seen this over and over again, and you're right. If it's 5-2, the context of the team can change the decision-making. But at this point, they do not have the wiggle room. They do not have that. And that mistake right there is going to kill this team. If they lose this game on Sunday, the season is it's over. It's over if they lose on Sunday to the Colts. You have to win, so you can't have those mistakes.
No, you can't.
Jalen Moore was great at left tackle, in the harder position.
And those are simple mistakes. Like, put your hand in the ground, turn your head, and look and see where the ball is. We learned that in 6th grade.
He's not going to do that.
There's an old saying in Texas, I think it's Texas, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again.
Right.
Like it's been time, and that right there is kind of, and Kelsey's rant on New Heights is where that came from, is kind of a professional way of calling out a teammate. You're not saying like 74 can't be doing those penalties, but we all know who you're referencing, right?
Well, it's like Andy Reid saying, maybe we got to take the option to pass away or whatever.
It's like, don't tease tornadoes before you go to commercial break. We all know what that reference is. And when you look at what that is, what was it we saw when the receivers were frustrating Patrick Mahomes? It was a Kadarius Toney problem. And then what happened? Kadarius Toney didn't play the rest of the year after that New England game when he had a ball go out of his hands and be a picked interception because Patrick Mahomes was going to lose all sanity in his life. And now you're hearing this come from Travis Kelce where, like, yes, there's holding penalties. I get that they need to be there, but there are some you could argue. But then also the procedure penalties are what killed this drive. That went from a first down to a 2nd and 15 to a quarterback that then was like.
That went from first and goal on the 2 to first and 15 or whatever.
And then it was the quarterback, unfortunately, that was like, now I've got to get that back. I got to somehow make that back because the throw was there. He was in the end zone. He could have made that throw. But it was a bad throw.
It was a terrible
because
throw.
You have the mind process going through, the pressing feeling going through, and trying to do more when you should have done less, which goes back to what I was saying earlier. The Chiefs need to be more like Costa Vida. Less is more. You don't need everything. Just do what you do best. Throw it to 87. Run it through the tackles under center with Kareem Hunt. Just keep the ball and do less with what you have, which is more.
And then think about the direct impact that penalty really did have if you want to start to peel back the onion and the layers on this, right? Because I'm going through my notes from Sunday. So the interception I wrote, trying to be Superman, right? Mahomes forcing stuff. And that was a forced pass. He had no chance of getting that ball to his guy. No chance with the way that he threw that. None whatsoever. It was a flat ball right at the defensive back. But Denver, with the penalties and all that, they ended up at the 10-yard line. They had 90 yards to go, and this defense just gave up a drive.
Yeah.
Just gave up an easy drive of 90 yards for a touchdown. So, that's complimentary football. Yeah, Mahomes threw a horrible football and turned the ball over. But you know what? They're at their own 10-yard line. How about you man up and go get us 3 and out with Bo Nix playing quarterback?
And this team is pressing because it's little thing after little thing after little thing after little thing, and then it's just explosion.
But when you don't do the little things right, they equal to big things not happening, right? And this is where we are with this team right now. And I know Andy Reid has never really been that disciplinarian. Let your personality show as his calling card. I get all that. But we're not in that game anymore now. There's no more personality showing. I don't want to see, whatever the case may be. I want to see you win football games. And the pre-snap penalties are some of the worst things that you can do in all of sports, right? I mean, it's just a terrible, 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 terrible way to do things. It's pre-snap, like nothing's going on. You can't even do the basics in the NFL and line up the right way, and now the Hall of Fame tight end is pissed off. I hope he lets Juwan know how pissed off he is inside that locker room today.
Yeah.
And I hope Andy Reid says, you're not starting, because that's what a leader does. You make these decisions. You're not starting anywhere. Sorry, Juwan. We've given you every opportunity. You're not starting.
We talked about how the Lane Kiffin story continues to go. Yesterday, there was some news. This comes from 27 Sports on Twitter. Update, just moments after entering the portal, Sam Leavitt, the quarterback at Arizona State, is inked a $8 million deal with Virginia Tech to play for James Franklin. Multiple sources.
Is that official now?
It says multiple reports. Franklin said, quote, Sam was the first call we made. He's the quarterback we wanted and the quarterback we believe in.
That is huge.
James Franklin said that? What's huge? The money, the story, like $8 million.
How quick it moved.
How quick it moved. And
he's our coach. Here's our quarterback. All right. Here we go.
Well, it's like the Alex Smith move when Andy Reid got put in. We knew they were going to get Alex Smith right away. You had to wait till February or whatever the league year started before he became a member of this organization. That's what you're starting to see in college right now. And there's no, I guess, rules to say you can't do something like that. So you go ahead and you do something like that. I love it. That's fun. That is fun.
It's different than most of these big transfers. I mean, this is a guy who's having a great season on a pretty big program, going to maybe make the play. Like, he's leaving. He's leaving a successful situation where he's probably is making a lot of money.
And again, I don't know if this is a trusted source. I just see that it says 274 Sport, Yeah, that's a parody.
Oh,
account.
I was going to say it's not 247.
It's 274. Yeah,
Fake
that's
news.
I'm looking. I'm like, I don't
I was just
see
saying because I
it.
didn't see anything about that yesterday. I'm like, how is this in my timeline now? Yeah, parody account. There we go.
Yeah, because there was talk yesterday that he was going to transfer.
I was going to say
somewhere else, and then like his brother came out and said, "No, this is a lie. I've got the screenshots on my phone." He was going to go to Old Mississippi.
Ole Miss.
And so his brother's like, "No, here are the screenshots. This has never been said or anything like that." So.
I was going to say from about 3 of my buddies that thought about going to Arizona State, 1 to play football, 2 just to go, they were like, I don't know how you say no to this campus. And I mean that from like
that's where
a
my
guy's
kids are right now. They
perspective.
love it out there.
Yeah. Like my buddy was like, yeah, Blue Springs, we had a lot of hot chicks. I went to Arizona State for a campus visit. Oh my God.
Yeah,
I was like, yeah, dude.
I know that I'm hard.
I mean, good Lord. Stupid parody accounts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here it is. His brother, Sam Levitt's brother, Dallin.
Dallin?
Dallin.
Hey,
Dallin.
Daryl.
Hey, Dallin.
Yeah, it says it's all fake and provides receipts and all that kind of stuff. So
2 weeks later, he signed with Penn State. He signed with Virginia Tech.
I hope he stays. He's on a good growing program. They're having a great season.
Someone you don't think is going to go anywhere is Patrick Mahomes, but the text line.
Here's the text here from that Peter Nakos, who's like an NFL or college football insider.
Great show on Netflix.
It
about
really
Pablo
is.
Escobar.
And he says, Dallin, hope you're well. Pete Nakos wanted to give you the heads up that we're reporting Sam is expected to enter the transfer portal and is doubtful to return to Arizona State. To which Dallin responds, why would you do that? That's not where things are right now. He's still deciding what he wants to do. And that's from On3 Sports is who that Peter Nakos works for. So maybe the brother's trying to cover up for his brother and say, because a lot of these times I look at what reporters say, they're getting that information. They're not sitting in their basement making stuff up like a lot of these people do, that are on the internet. These guys have reputations. They have, their name is who they are and all that kind of stuff. They're not going to make stuff up. If they do, they get fired real fast. And so he's probably hearing a lot of information that this kid is leaning towards that direction. And his brother's like, hold on a second, we haven't announced that. Yeah, you can't put that out there. And then fires back with that. So that's an interesting story to follow.
How down bad's the text line, Mac?
It's pretty rough. Obviously, we've gone over it throughout the day. There was a texter yesterday that suggested that Mahomes should be traded. He did come back with a retort, but I've got a different text, and if we want to go back to the Mahomes text, we can. But I'd
like to see something different.
Yeah, I wanted to bring this up to you guys, and Bob, it's going to make you mad. Dusty, I think you too, but if it makes you too upset, we'll go to the Mahomes text. But this is a text that we just got. I thought it was topical. We're talking about discipline, how this team is lacking it on both sides of the ball. This comes from the 816. You ready? Here we go. Can you admit that the discipline has taken a nosedive since Eric Bieniemy left?
No, because they've been to how many Super Bowls? And no, dumb comment. Eric Bieniemy hasn't been here in like 5 years.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Stop with Eric Bieniemy.
I understand
Where's
why.
he working these days?
I understand why there's the want for Eric Bieniemy because he was the last guy that actually showed that he was a red ass. And I think that's goes back to your rant a little bit earlier. Maybe rant's unfair, but to say that there needs to be somebody that gets into somebody's ass in the locker room.
Why can't that be the head football coach?
Because it's never been.
Maybe that's the time where he steps up into this and it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, and they're going to run the ball. But I mean, that's one thing that Eric Bieniemy was good at. We know Andy Reid was the play caller, but the one thing the one thing that Eric Bieniemy was, he was bad cop. Andy Reid was good cop.
It's true.
Well, Sean McCoy cried for 2 full years about how Eric Bieniemy called him a baby for tough it up. He's the one that called Patrick Mahomes a competitive prick.
Oh, he's a running back coach for the Bears right now.
And I mean, I get it, right? Like, I understand that, he didn't do much when it comes to a play calling standpoint, but maybe that wasn't his job. Maybe his job was to keep guys honest, to go in there and be like, oh, here comes Eric Bieniemy. He's going to rip my ass. And that was exactly what he would do. And now we're out here going, who's going to yell at this guy? Who's going to fire up this guy? Oh, that Creed Humphrey speech was really cool at halftime against the Giants. How'd that work out? Yeah, you need somebody to be a fire. And whether that's, I don't think it's Nagy. I don't think that's his style. I think he's more of like that sarcastic boss that you had, yeah, great throw, bud, right? Okay, well, what about that one last drive? Mm-hmm. And that sort of stuff. Whereas Eric Bieniemy's going to be like, he's going to tell you what Andy Reid is going to tell him, but he's going to do it from his mouth. It's not going to come from Andy Reid's mouth. So I get why that's there, But that's not the issue with this team. The issue is communication with the head coach and the quarterback.
The coach needs to be the leader on this, though. I understand you have your lieutenants and whatnot and all that kind of stuff, but sometimes the boss has to just take over and be like, hey, this is the way it's going to be. And so I think coming from a guy who doesn't normally do that, it carries a lot of weight. I mean, we saw Q at the wedding on Saturday. He's cool, calm, collected. He's just there. He's chill and all this kind of stuff. If that guy got mad at you and I, Dusty, for something that we said, I would listen a lot more because he doesn't get mad. He doesn't respond that way. He doesn't act that way. Right. And I'd be like, whoa, we really did something wrong here if Q called us and chewed us out for something, right? Not that he would, not that we would, but if it did, and he did, I would be like, whoa, okay, gotcha. And so that's kind of where Andy Reid is right now. Like, he needs to be that guy because we're at dire straits time. This is a fork in the road. It's either in the playoffs or out of the playoffs. And at the end of the day, nobody's going to remember the assistant coaches. They're going to remember, Travis Kelce on that podcast. And I wrote down after you read what he had to say about all these good players and all these good coaches, the first thing I wrote down is we're wasting an opportunity. We're wasting this season right now. And if you don't want to waste the season, well, then the leader of the organization, Andy Reid, needs to take over and be that guy that maybe he hasn't been before and say some things that are a little bit hard. Look at how I've been this week. I'm the most positive guy in this GD world about this football team, and I'm kind of down bad with the way that things have gone because I know these are all correctable, and I know they can be fixed. It's just going to take the want to by those guys to do it. Eric Bieniemy has been gone since 22. We've gone to 2 Super Bowls since Eric Bieniemy's left. It's not Eric Bieniemy not being here. Andy Reid has to be the leader of this organization, and maybe he has to be a different leader for these final 7 games than he's been in his first 13 years here.
Can I ask a real quick question? Oh, never mind. I figured it out. I was like, how are the Denver Broncos the 1 seed in the playoffs right now when they lost to the Colts? But that's because the Colts had a bye and Denver hasn't.
Oh, yeah, because they have an extra game.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay, so now I see one about percentages from sportsbetting.ag. The Chiefs to make the playoffs, 66.7% chance.
Wow. I don't understand how it's changing. Is your slope on, Mo? Yeah, that's interesting. 60% now?
Will the Chiefs make the playoffs? Yes, minus 200. No, plus 160.
Wow.
It's still minus 200 and a 66.7% chance to make it. Again, I don't know where they pull these numbers from.
Yeah.
Every percentage we've seen has been all over the place.
Why don't you blow it out your ass, Bob?
I think I will.
We'll wrap this show up on the other side here at 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Nick Bolton, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending have cured our blues a couple of times over the last 10 years, and they can do the same for you. And I'm thinking to you right now, talking to you right now, telling you don't have to pay a mortgage payment until Valentine's Day. How does that sound right now? Go through Thanksgiving, go through Christmas, go through the New Year without having to make a mortgage payment. If that sounds awesome to you, and it should, then you need to call my friends over at Golden Oak Lending and take that free mortgage checkup. It is risk-free, and there's no paperwork or credit card required. It's a simple phone conversation with Golden Oak Lending. You'll call them, they'll say hello, and you'll say, hey, I want to tell you about my financial situation and see if you got a mortgage for me. That is awesome. And they'll do all the due diligence they can to find a mortgage that's better than the one that you're in. And if they find one, boom, you're ready to rock and roll. And if they don't have a mortgage that's better than you're in, they're going to tell you that as well. They're never going to put you in a mortgage that isn't better than the one you have. And right now, Golden Oak has lowered rates to 4.5%, and the average cash-out customer saves $1,104 per month. And like I said, go 2 months without making a mortgage payment when you refinance. So call Golden Oak Lending now and take that free mortgage checkup. 913-890-GOLD. Golden Oak Lending, 5.442% APR, FHA 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit, additional terms apply, MLS 114937.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
I'll tell you what, one of the things that gives you the best self-esteem in the world is looking awesome, right? Your wardrobe tells you everything that you need to know about a person, whether they're at work, on the golf course, whether they're at home, whether they're doing whatever. You always look at somebody and go, man, that's a good-dressed man. That's a well-dressed man. Well, if you want to be that well-dressed man in Kansas City, then you need to see my friends over at Newton James. They have done wonders when it comes to guys' clothing here in KC. I got some new clothes from Newton James about a week or so ago, and my wife is telling me now for the first time in a long time, hey, those pants look really, really good on you. And I'm like, great. I know they look good on me because I went to Newton James and they told me exactly how to wear my pants the right way. For all these years, I've been wearing clothes that have been way too big on me. And Newton James is like, no. Here's what you need to do. Chad's got his stuff together there at 80th and Metcalf in downtown Overland Park. It made a guy like me feel like $1 million. And they've got all the great brands in there. Classic heritage brands from the U.S. and the United Kingdom and everything in between. From accessories to clothing to shoes, Newton James has it all. They'll give you that self-esteem boost that they gave me. So go check them out at newtonjames.com or pay them a visit in downtown Overland Park at 80th and Metcalf. Ask for Chad. It's Newton James.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit tremfya.com.
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
I'm worth a lot more.
You are worth more, and your car is worth more at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Men, you need to look great for holiday events. Let Peter's Clothiers give you the perfect fit you're looking for. From sportswear to suits and sports coats and sizes to fit every man. PetersClothiers.com or stop in today at 124th and State Line.
He's electric on the field. Now, Xavier Worthy's giving back off the field. Join him December 15th at the Intercontinental KC for Uncork for a Cause. Wine, food, and football fun, benefiting the Worthy Ones Foundation. Get your tickets now at uncorkkc.com.
Back here on 96.5 The Fan, Fescoe, Dusty, Mac with you. Some news out of Buffalo's camp because they play tomorrow night. Bills announced they have ruled out tight ends Dalton Kincaid, wide receiver Curtis Samuel, wide receiver McCole Hardman Jr. for Thursday night's game against Houston, and C.J. Stroud also announced that he will not be. They also announced C.J. Stroud will not be playing. It'll be Davis Mills again on Thursday night. Welcome to the Week 11 of the NFL. So I saw a tweet that really kind of ruffled my feathers, Mac, and I want you to know about this. This comes from your guy, Dov Kleinman. 2024 quarterback takeover may be the greatest quarterback class of all time. Drake May, Bo Nix, Caleb Williams. All right.
Hell yeah.
So during the break, I tried to do some quick math. This is, let's see here. The Broncos are, 9-2? The Chicago Bears are 7-3?
7-3.
Okay. And the New England Patriots are 8-2?
Believe so.
Okay. So this is New England. This is why this needs to wait until next year, right? So New England's win and loss against opponents, 38-62. That's the total record for their opponents.
Mm-hmm.
The opponents for the Denver Broncos, 48-64-1.
Mm-hmm.
The opponents for the Chicago Bears, 35-66-1.
They're all last year's Washington Commodes. And that's why, you see that first season, and you're like, oh, and then everybody thinks they're going to be. No, most teams take that step back because the league, reverts itself and goes back to the mean. That's why I just never was bought into Washington. I just never thought they were anything good, and they're proving it out. Yeah, they've had some injuries, but they weren't good even with Daniels in there as their quarterback. And so, teams like that, let's look at those teams a year from now, right?
And that's why I said, let's wait.
Yeah, right. No, it's exactly right. I think
because
write that
Marino,
down.
Elway, and Kelly would probably have something to say about the greatest quarterback draft of all time.
But that's a great point by you because this is living in the moment. And I saw something.
And it's dove.
Yeah, and actually I retweeted this morning or re-xed it or whatever the hell we're talking about today. Let me see if I can remember it so I get it right. It was about this plane taking off in the ocean. Oh, some idiot for ESPN Radio said, his name is Evan something. If they don't make the playoffs this year, I do not want to hear about the Chiefs dynasty in the same sentence as the Patriots dynasty. To which somebody quote tweeted and said, you mean the New England dynasty that missed the playoffs in 2002 and 2008 by losing the division to Chad Pennington, and the one that went a decade without winning a Super Bowl while the Steelers and Giants each had 2 Super Bowl championships? Have some standards or knowledge of the game. And right there, you're showing the knowledge of the game by saying, hang on a second here. This guy's living in the moment of 2025, halfway, 3/4 of the way, roughly, not even 3/4 of the way through the season, 3/8 of the way through the season or whatever it's been, or 5/8 through the season, and they're declaring this the greatest quarterback class of all time. And Dusty goes, hey, 1983 called. They said, hold my beer. And that right there is I'm a history buff, so I study history. I know what's happened before I was on this earth. That's the typical 2025 response, not paying any attention to anything that went on before they went there. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know how many Super Bowls this threesome is going to win. You betting on Bo Nix to win a Super Bowl?
It's a really good threesome. I don't know. I have no idea. Remember when I was talking about how I think my hot take this year is that the Detroit Lions will win the AFC North, be the number 1 seed. So somehow, like, your algorithm just gets caught up to your voice. Week 12 versus New York Giants, dome. Week 13 versus Green Bay, dome. Week 14 versus Dallas, dome. Week 15 at Los Angeles Rams, dome. Week 16 versus Pittsburgh, dome. Week 17 at Minnesota, dome.
That's what they need.
They're never going to go outside.
You said that about the phone listening and the algorithm, right? So we were in our meeting yesterday, and I was telling Steven about, my incident on Tuesday night where my friends thought I was dead and they were looking for me, right? Yeah. And he quoted a Seinfeld line when they thought George was dead. And he goes, Jerry, it's Frank Costanza. Steinbrenner's here. George is dead. Call me back. And Steven said that in our meeting, right? I go home. I open my X feed. What do you think the first thing that popped up was? Seinfeldisms. Jerry, it's Frank Costanza. Steinbrenner's here. George is dead. Call me back.
Weird.
So, yeah. I mean, it's not weird. It is what it is, right?
Yeah.
They're listening.
But I'm going to win the Powerball.
I mean, I have a sophomore in high school who comes home and goes, we're living in a matrix. Everything we do is fake.
Birds aren't real.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's right or wrong about that, though. Maybe we may be living in it. Who the hell knows? The older I get, the more I think maybe we are in a matrix. This can't be real, can it?
I don't know.
Glad you brought that up about those 3 teams, though. That's good. That's part of the reason why the Patriots were not in Max Pack.
I mean, that's not even like a 500 record. That's like 60 games under 500, right?
Yeah,
or 30 games under 500.
And, of course, you're always going to have a Richard on the text like, what's the Chiefs record in their dynasty? Well, that was over 9 years. This is one season, and we're not even done with it. Yeah. So let's not be an ass. The Patriots, 38-62. That's a combined record of their teams that on their schedule so far. Again, you play who you play. Yeah. The Denver Broncos, 48-64-1. And the Chicago Bears, 35-66-1.
Yeah, again, it's taking advantage of a last place schedule. Now let's see you do it again. Be consistent. That's what's hard to do in the NFL. That's why people are looking at what the Chiefs have done. To be consistent for what they've done for the last 13 years, really, and win every single year is hard to do. I guarantee you 2 of those teams will be talking about firing their coach next year.
Ooh, fun take. Wait, who were the teams? It was the Bears,
the Patriots, and
Broncos.
And the Broncos.
Okay.
There'll be one coach that's left standing. It'll be Vrabel. They'll be talking about firing the other. I guarantee it. That's the cycle of life in the NFL. We see it every year. Dan Campbell was a superhero last year. They're talking about firing Dan Campbell. Not Dan Campbell, the guy in D.C.
This goes back to the algorithm. Yesterday I was telling my wife about my upper back hurt. An hour later I was getting reels shown to me on Facebook about how to stretch out your upper back.
Unbelievable.
The other day I watched the DVD called The Professional. I hadn't watched it in 20 years. It was the first thing that popped up on X after I watched it.
Are those 2 separate texts?
2 separate texts.
It's great.
All right. We'll talk to you tomorrow on Thursday. Ben Maller, all those guys that join us, Nate Taylor, all of them here tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning on 96.5 The Fan. Don't forget, go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It can change their day, their week, their month, their year. It is simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay kind, stay safe, stay groovy. It's Cody. It's Gold. And it's Mr. James Howe on the other side from 10 to 2 here on 96.5 The Fan. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Tune in to hear former Chiefs linebacker Derek Johnson every Monday at 7:20, right here on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity